Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. This is Man Sung Im, Professor of Nuclear and Quantum Engineering and Director of NEREC, KAIST. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you to this KINAC NEREC Conference on Nuclear Non-Proliferation. KINAC represents South Korean government's experts group dedicated to nuclear non-proliferation and nuclear security. KAIST represents South Korea's science and technology innovation and manpower development for the South Korea as well as for the world. This joint conference between KINAC and KAIST NEREC is truly a meaningful event given the current challenges of non-proliferation of the world today. The discussions we have today hopefully will open up new thinking, new opportunities, and hopefully a vision for a better world. At this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Yong-man Park, the Deputy Minister for Multilateral Global Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, South Korea. Let me briefly introduce Mr. Yong-man Park. Mr. Yong-man Park, Deputy Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs. He served also as a professor of Korean National Diplomatic Academy and also Minister Counselor for Korean Permanent Mission to the United Nations in New York. And also he served as Director of North Korean Nuclear Affairs Negotiation Division as part of the, I think, six-party talks and etc. in the past. And he is a graduate of Yonsei University in Political Science and also MPhil in International Relations from University of Cambridge. So let's welcome Deputy Minister Park.
Distinguished speakers, Professor Scott Sagan, Professor Stephen Miller, promising young professionals, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 KINAC NEREC Conference on Nuclear Non-Proliferation, titled Promoting Nuclear Non-Proliferation for the Peaceful Use of Nuclear Energy. We are truly honored to have each and every one of you here today. I would like to congratulate the 10th anniversary of the Conference on Nuclear Non-Proliferation. Over the past decade, the conference has played a crucial role in nuclear non-proliferation both in and beyond Korea. I appreciate the hard work of Professor Im Man-sung and the staff at NEREC. As it turned out, this year also marks the 10th anniversary of NEREC. So congratulations to you as well. The conference is an essential platform that allows us to delve into critical matters concerning global nuclear non-proliferation, a subject of utmost importance for international peace and security. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in stimulating discussions, gaining valuable insights, and exploring new opportunities to ensure the peaceful use of nuclear energy. In today's world, we are witnessing geopolitical challenges that demand our attention. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine and political tension in East Asia serve as stark reminders of the political consequences of unchecked proliferation of nuclear technologies. These events underscore the vitality of our mission here today, which is to collectively examine, discuss, and find solutions to strengthen nuclear non-proliferation for a more secure and peaceful world. The Republic of Korea is the 5th largest producer of electricity from nuclear power and one of the biggest beneficiaries of the peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Accordingly, the Korean government continues to uphold its commitment to nuclear non-proliferation including strong support for the global nuclear non-proliferation regime, pursuit of complete, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization of North Korea, and support for a safe and secure global security environment. By bringing together eminent scholars, promising young professionals, and experts from various disciplines, this conference will undoubtedly facilitate robust discussions that go beyond theoretical debates. It provides us with an opportunity to delve deeply into practical strategies that can mitigate risks, reduce tensions, and foster cooperation in the realm of nuclear non-proliferation. In times of uncertainty and challenges, the importance of open dialogue and collaborative efforts cannot be overstated. Through this conference, we aim to gain fresh perspectives, explore innovative solutions, and establish meaningful collaborations that will enable us to tackle the complex challenges that the world is facing today. It is with profound gratitude that we express to NEREC and KINAC for co-hosting this event with us and for their unwavering commitment to address the complex issues surrounding nuclear non-proliferation. Your dedication and foresight in organizing this event serves as a testament to the importance you place on seeking global solutions for a responsible and peaceful use of nuclear energy. Eminent scholars, promising young professionals, and all other distinguished guests, your presence here shows your contributions to building a secure and peaceful world. This diverse gathering of minds, experiences, and passion promises to be an enriching experience for all of us. I encourage you to actively participate in the discussions, ask questions, and share your valuable perspectives. I believe that our discussions will create opportunities to learn from one another, build networks, and collaboratively shape the path towards a safer and more prosperous future. I would like to close my remarks by stressing that we all bear the responsibility to build a more stable and secure future for the generations to come. As we engage in the discussions, let us keep in mind the global implications of our works that can improve international relations, foster peace, and bring a better future for us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Park, for your very thoughtful and insightful comments and welcoming remarks. Next, I'd like to invite Professor Scott Sagan from Stanford University. Well, Professor Scott Sagan recently had some episode of physical condition. So he luckily recovered, but then his current health situation prevents him from making long distance travel. So he will send this regard through online delivery. Professor Scott Sagan is a household name in nuclear non-proliferation, most widely known for his debate with Kenneth Waltz, the enduring debate. He is currently Senior Fellow and Co-Director of Center for International Strategies and Cooperation at Stanford. He is also Caroline Monroe Professor of Political Science and Mimi and Peter Haas University Fellow in undergrad education. He currently also serves as the chairman of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences Committee on International Security Studies. He is a recipient of many awards, including National Academies of Science, William Catherine Estes Award, International Studies Association Susan Strange Award, and most recently, the Teresa Delpech Memorial Award in 2022 from Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, an award given for exceptional service to the non-governmental nuclear policy community. Let's invite Professor Scott Sagan.
Good morning. This is Scott Sagan calling in today from Palo Alto, California. And I wanted to congratulate all the participants in this meeting, but especially the Korean Institute for Nuclear Nonproliferation and Control and KAIST NEREC, the Nuclear Nonproliferation Education and Research Center, for the many years of superb work that you have done in this field. Your contributions have been very important in the areas of regulation, nonproliferation, and nuclear research, and of course, education. And we need this work to continue on so desperately today. In this dangerous world in which North Korea is testing new nuclear missiles, in which China is building up its nuclear arsenal, in which Russia has not only shipped tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus, but has numerous times, both in academic settings, but most importantly, at the presidential level, Russia has threatened the use of nuclear weapons during the war in Ukraine, most recently in September last year, when Vladimir Putin said that the United States set a precedent about using nuclear weapons with the attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. We are in a very dangerous world, and it is so important that you continue on this important work that you are doing. In addition to regulation, research, and education, I think there's a role that you have played in networking people across the globe to recognize the importance of work in South Korea, but also in inspiring new people to enter the field and older people to continue working so hard in the field. I was reminded of that recently in watching the new film Oppenheimer, a fantastic movie in which J. Robert Oppenheimer is shown both with his triumphs and with his tragedies. The triumph is, of course, bringing scientists together to build the world's first atomic bomb, but the tragedies is that he wasn't able to control the weapon that he had created. And so it's up to us, the current generation and the younger generations, to work together to continue that work, to try to solve the triumph, not to solve the tragedy of Oppenheimer, and to maintain much stronger controls on the nuclear technology that he was able to create. So again, thank you for the work you're doing, and welcome to the conference.
Thank you, Professor Sagan. At this point, I'd like to invite everybody to come to the stage and take a group picture to start the day. And if the time is running a little bit early, then we'll start our first session a little early so that I think next session chair, Professor Han, had more time to maneuver the discussions. So I'd like to invite all of you to come up to the stage and have a group photo. Thank you.
We energize South Korea with an eco-friendly energy. We energize the world with advanced technology. We energize people's hearts with our spirit of coexistence for cleaner and more sustainable energy that the world desires. The company constantly pursuing excellence for a better tomorrow. Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. KHNP is South Korea's largest energy company. KHNP operates nuclear power plants at 5 sites and hydropower plants as well as pumped storage power plants. KHNP is also the largest electric power generating company, providing 25% of the country's energy. KHNP is the foundation for Korea's economy, providing stable electricity for all of Korea's businesses while enriching the people's lives. KHNP is mapping out plans to be a global energy company. Since the completion of Kori 1 NPP, KHNP has successfully built a third-generation nuclear power plant, known as APR 1400. KHNP designed this plant with the highest regard for safety and efficiency. The completion of UAE NPP project with APR 1400 is a proof of our company's expertise in nuclear energy. KHNP has acquired certifications from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission from the strict European utility requirements, as we were successful to meet the high standards for safety and quality control. Fast forward, in 2022, KHNP won our second construction bid for a nuclear power plant in Al Dabaa, Egypt. Speeding up the development of SMR, KHNP is constantly moving forward to become a global energy leader. KHNP pursues social values. As a beacon of light in the energy industry, KHNP also emphasizes collaboration and shared growth by contributing to members in the local community, helping develop the local economy while also making efforts to improve the living environment. We initiate community development and contribute to public interest. We revitalize local culture by supporting local businesses and the residents. Enriching life with eco-friendly energy. KHNP will always find our way to increase the competitiveness of nuclear energy while placing the highest priority on safety. Actively seeking out new business opportunities along the way, KHNP will now take a big step to lead global green energy transformation. We energize South Korea with an eco-friendly energy. We energize the world with advanced technology. We energize people's hearts with our spirit of coexistence. For cleaner and more sustainable energy that the world desires. The company constantly pursuing excellence for a better tomorrow. Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. KHNP is South Korea's largest energy company. KHNP operates nuclear power plants at 5 sites and hydropower plants as well as pumped storage power plants. KHNP is also the largest electric power generating company, providing 25% of the country's energy. KHNP is the foundation for Korea's economy, providing stable electricity for all of Korea's businesses while enriching the people's lives. KHNP is mapping out plans to be a global energy company. Since the completion of Kori 1 NPP, KHNP has successfully built a third-generation nuclear power plant, known as APR 1400. KHNP designed this plant with the highest regard for safety and efficiency. The completion of UAE NPP project with APR 1400 is a proof of our company's expertise in nuclear energy. KHNP has acquired certifications from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission from the strict European utility requirements, as we were successful to meet the high standards for safety and quality control. Fast forward, in 2022, KHNP won our second construction bid for a nuclear power plant in Al Dabaa, Egypt. Speeding up the development of SMR, KHNP is constantly moving forward to become a global energy leader. KHNP pursues social values. As a beacon of light in the energy industry, KHNP also emphasizes collaboration and shared growth by contributing to members in the local community, helping develop the local economy while also making efforts to improve the living environment. We initiate community development and contribute to public interest. We revitalize local culture by supporting local businesses and the residents. Enriching life with eco-friendly energy. KHNP will always find our way to increase the competitiveness of nuclear energy while placing the highest priority on safety. Actively seeking out new business opportunities along the way, KHNP will now take a big step to lead global green energy transformation. We energize South Korea with an eco-friendly energy. We energize the world with advanced technology. We energize people's hearts with our spirit of coexistence. For cleaner and more sustainable energy that the world desires. The company constantly pursuing excellence for a better tomorrow. Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. KHNP is South Korea's largest energy company. KHNP operates nuclear power plants at 5 sites and hydropower plants as well as pumped storage power plants. KHNP is also the largest electric power generating company, providing 25% of the country's energy. KHNP is the foundation for Korea's economy, providing stable electricity for all of Korea's businesses while enriching the people's lives. KHNP is mapping out plans to be a global energy company. Since the completion of Kori 1 NPP, KHNP has successfully built a third-generation nuclear power plant, known as APR 1400. KHNP designed this plant with the highest regard for safety and efficiency. The completion of UA...
Dear participants, now we are about to begin our first session, so please be seated. So it is my great pleasure to introduce our next session, especially the chair of the session, Professor Yong-Sup Han, and then he will take over from this point on. So Professor Han is an important figure in South Korea. He is a president of Korean Nuclear Policy Society, which he started, and I kind of supported it. And since then, he has been serving as the leader of Korean nuclear policy community, and he is still serving the role faithfully. Professor Han is a professor emeritus at the Korean National Defense University, and also he was the president of the Korea Peace Research Association, and also directed Research Institute for National Security Affairs at the university he is currently serving. Throughout his career, his main interest in teaching, developing policy proposals to the government lie in the defense policy making, arms control, alliance management, non-proliferation, and North Korea's denuclearization. And even today, given these challenges, Professor Han is working very hard to resolve the issues of non-proliferation. He recently published an important book in Korean, unfortunately, in nuclear non-proliferation policy. Professor Han is a graduate of Seoul National University in political science and master's in public policy from Kennedy School, and then doctor of philosophy in defense policy from Rand Graduate School. Let's invite Professor Han.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today we have a very interesting discussion and panel, and the title is, I think, something like WWS, WWCD. Do you guess what stands for that? Yeah. What we see and what we could do in global nuclear non-proliferation. And first, I'd like to introduce Dr. Stephen Miller of Harvard Welper Center. And he will make a speech for half an hour about global nuclear non-proliferation. Stephen Miller is Director of International Security Program, Editor-in-Chief of the quarterly journal International Security, and also co-editor of the International Security Program's book series. Belfer Center, I think I saw Belfer Center in 1985. I entered the Kennedy School of Government at the time. And from that time on, Dr. Stephen Miller was known to be a genius in Harvard Kennedy School.
News to me.
And he received Master's of Arts in Law and Diplomacy and PhD in International Relations from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. I think he has many books, but we could know a lot from him, that he is the leading person in the world of non-proliferation. Would you welcome him with big applause?
Well, thank you very much for that overly kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here. It's always a pleasure to join Professor Mansung Yim and his activities. I have to start by expressing my envy to the current NEREC students. I know the program that you've been through, and I'm sure that you've profited enormously from it. And I can only say that I wish I had had the opportunity of such a program when I was at my stage of your career. I have participated in all 10 NEREC summer programs, and I believe I'm now the only non-Korean who's been at every session that was actually held in Seoul or Daejeon, and I also participated in the Zoom meeting as well. So I've long been associated with this program. That reflects my belief in its value and in its mission. So the topic here is global nuclear nonproliferation. What do we see and what could we do? And in the subsequent remarks on this panel and in subsequent panels, we're going to focus more deeply on specific aspects of the nuclear nonproliferation program. And what I thought I would do to open things up is to sketch a little bit of the wider landscape. So I'm really zeroing in on the question, what do we see? And I think the place to start is with what you might call the long-term structural features of the nonproliferation issue. Because this is an issue that has been marked by contention and dissatisfaction throughout the history of the nonproliferation regime. There was criticism of the NPT when it was being negotiated. There was criticism of the NPT after it entered force, immediately after it entered force. And there have been long-term running debates within the NPT context that have formed a kind of steady state reality of NPT politics. And a lot of this structural dimension of NPT politics has to do with divergent answers to the question, what is wrong with the regime? And for the nonproliferation community in the West and the Western governments themselves, there are basically two big complaints, many specifics, but two broad complaints. First, there's an argument that says the NPT is not sufficiently effective at limiting the spread of sensitive technologies. This is a complaint that was lodged very early on in the era of the NPT treaty. Famous article by Albert Wohlstetter, for example, called How to Spread the Bomb Without Quite Breaking the Rules. And the point of that article was that the NPT permitted the spread of sensitive technologies that would enable states to acquire nuclear weapons if they chose to do so, provided those technologies were under safeguards. The second long-standing worry and complaint, one that has bedeviled us in recent years because of the North Korean and Iran cases, is that the regime is not good enough at catching and punishing cheaters. Right? Iraq managed to have a covert nuclear weapons program that was discovered only because it lost a war. Iran was discovered in the early 2000s to have had a fairly substantial weapons effort underway that was only belatedly discovered. And so this is a flaw because it's catching the cheaters and keeping them from succeeding in their cheating that is a very central part of the nonproliferation challenge. There are obvious solutions to these problems. We can have a more restrictive regime on technology. And this is, in fact, what the nuclear suppliers group is all about. We can demand more transparency so that cheating is harder. We can create a mechanism that provides more certain and more effective responses to cheaters. So there's the problem and there are the solutions. But on the other side of the divide, among the non-weapon states, among the non-aligned movement, there's a very different sense of what's wrong with the regime. And I would say that there are at least four broad complaints. The first is that across time, the rights of the non-nuclear weapon states under the NPT, particularly the Article 4 rights having to do with access to nuclear technology, have been limited or eliminated. A very well-known figure, Mohammed Shakar, an Egyptian diplomat who was a lifelong non-proliferation expert. As a young diplomat, he'd participated in the negotiation of the regime. And Mohammed said on many occasions, if the developing world, if the global south had understood that something like the nuclear suppliers group was going to exist, that the NPT never would have been possible, because it represents a restriction of the very permissive Article 4 rights that were the main benefit for non-nuclear weapon states. A second chronic complaint is that the nuclear weapon states have failed to fulfill their obligations under the NPT, particularly under Article 6, the disarmament provisions, but in addition, the Article 4 question about abridgment of rights. And some in the non-aligned movement would even argue that the nuclear weapon states have not been wholly faithful to Article 1 because of NATO nuclear sharing and help for friendly countries like Israel and India. You can find this quite readily in statements and white papers done by the non-aligned movement. There's a third argument about double standards and unfair application of the rules. If you're on unfriendly terms with Washington, then you get subjected to the strictest possible construal of all the rules and guidelines. On the other hand, if you're India or Israel or other friendly state, the rules get bent or set aside or exceptions are made, and this is seen as really hypocrisy by some of the big powers under the regime. And then there is a long-standing complaint among the non-nuclear weapon states that the NPT regime has been deeply politicized, that it has been turned into an instrument for the great powers to punish those they don't like and to help those that they do like. So that's a completely different diagnosis of what's wrong with the regime. Now, there are proposed remedies for these problems too. One suggestion is to rebalance the three pillars between peaceful use, disarmament, and nonproliferation in such a way that they're more equally pursued. There's proposals to put more constraints on the nuclear weapon states. Very importantly, there's a strand of thought that goes way back that basically says what we really need to do is prohibit nuclear weapons and end this discriminatory regime. So you have two parallel sets of dissatisfaction with the regime, two quite different sets of remedies. And part of the problem is that over a long sweep of decades, each side has disagreements and problems with the remedies of the other side. And so that, I think, is the kind of basic structure of NPT politics, if I can put it in a very framework, sort of outlined way. But as a byproduct of this structural feature of the NPT politics, throughout its history, the NPT has been marked by friction, by fights, by failures of NPT review conferences, by various crises. So that's not unusual, that's common, and going all the way back to the very first NPT review conference in 1975. And we have a fairly constant set of dissatisfied groups, the non-aligned movement being very prominent among them, keeping in mind you, that the non-aligned movement consists of 125 member states and 25 observer states. So you're talking about close to 3/4 of the member states of the international community are people who harbor some sense of dissatisfaction with the regime. But the Arab League, which has 22 member states, has protracted disgruntlement as a result of what they see as very favorable treatment of Israel. Western hawks are very critical of the NPT because of the weaknesses in catching and punishing cheaters, and are constantly proposing national policies rather than multilateral solutions to try and address nonproliferation risks. And then there has been a steady stream of criticism from within the nonproliferation community because of the various imperfections and limitations of the treaty. So that's kind of the structural picture as I see it, put very briefly. And then we can turn to what you might call the immediate realities, the contextual factors within which these longer-term patterns are playing out. And here we have, first of all, not alone, but very importantly, the war in Ukraine, which has three implications. One is many people see it as an argument for the acquisition of nuclear weapons. The argument goes, if Ukraine had retained the nuclear weapons that were on its territory when the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia would never have dared to attack it. Ukraine's security would have been much more robust, and it could have avoided what has turned out to be a disastrous war. The war in Ukraine has also potentially damaged US-Russia nonproliferation cooperation. The whole regime has been predicated in a way on the ability of Moscow and Washington to set aside their differences, even in the darkest days of the Cold War, and cooperate because they shared an interest in preventing proliferation. It's not at all clear that any sort of cooperation with Russia is possible right at the moment, and this is a serious potential problem for the NPT regime, particularly because over the past 2 decades and more, Russia has been the principal supplier of technology on the global nuclear marketplace. And then we've seen yet another implication in the Zaporizhia incident. What the war in Ukraine has brought home in a very vivid way is the risks associated with having large nuclear power plants smack in the middle of a war zone. So big implications of the war in Ukraine, and it of course contributed very directly to the failure of the NPT review conference last year to arrive at an agreed final document. We're also seeing the death of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran deal. This was a very innovative, creative deal that rolled back much of Iran's nuclear program and required them to relinquish most of their holdings of enriched materials. It had, if you looked at it carefully, a number of innovations that went well beyond normal safeguards arrangements and well beyond the additional protocol, and in my opinion would have been preferably embraced as desirable standards to aspire to in other settings. The United States set aside this treaty. The negotiations to restore it have failed so far. Right at the moment, there appears to be little hope that it will be put back in place anytime soon. Among other things, this means there's an increased potential for conflict with Iran. If Iran proceeds to acquire nuclear weapons, this will be a significant failure for the regime and a vivid example of the regime's inability to deal with a party that is outside of the boundaries of the agreement. And what it means is that this portfolio of desirable improvements in the regime that were embedded in the JCPOA will fall to the wayside. So it's a very disappointing development from an NPT point of view. Third, and a point that I don't need to belabor here, the unresolved North Korean issue, which now is at least several decades old. It goes well back into the early 90s and even the late 80s, depending on how you count. And again, what it shows is that when a state party is persistent in its efforts to pursue nuclear technologies outside the boundaries of the agreement, very, very difficult to effectively respond. All of this is playing out in the wider context of a fourth point, which is the collapse of arms control more generally. Of the entire inheritance that was bequeathed by the end of the Cold War, almost all of it is gone. The only thing that's remaining is the New START agreement. President Putin of Russia has already suspended partially Russia's observance of New START. New START expires in early 2025. There are no negotiations underway, not even any conversation about starting negotiations with the Russians on a follow-on agreement. If you know anything about the history of strategic arms control, it normally takes years to negotiate these agreements. So what this suggests is that by sometime in 2025, it's quite possible that for the first time in 50 plus years, we will be living in a completely unconstrained nuclear environment, unconstrained by arms control. This has a couple of implications for the NPT system. One is in the context of the Article 6, the disarmament debate. The nuclear powers have always pointed to their arms control efforts and to the construction of this elaborate architecture of rules and constraints on their nuclear behavior, which included very substantial reductions as evidence of their fulfillment of their Article 6 obligations. It will be much harder to make that argument if there's no more arms control and no more arms control process. The Article 6 debate could well become even more divisive and embittered. The associated point is that the major nuclear weapon states, far from marching down the road to disarmament, have in fact all recommitted themselves to nuclear weapons. Every one of them has a comprehensive modernization and growth program. The United States is now verging on a $2 trillion, that's trillion with a T, 30-year nuclear modernization program that is aimed at modernizing every aspect of the American nuclear force posture. The underlying premise is that we are creating the nuclear force posture of 2050, and that force posture is expected to last decades into the future. And what that means is that looking down the road, what you have in view is American retention of something like the current nuclear arsenal, or even larger, to the end of this century. So now how do you persuade the world that you're fulfilling your Article 6 obligations? You can make the same point about Russia, you can make the same point about China, you can make the same point about India, each in their own context. And then lastly, there's, as a kind of contextual factor, there's been an interesting development in recent years. The signing, ratification, and entry into force of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, so-called TPNW, or the Ban Treaty as it's known informally. In the eyes of many, this is viewed as an alternative to the Nonproliferation Treaty, which is regarded as having been unsuccessful at getting the nuclear weapon states to fulfill their obligations, among other things. Many argue, some of our alumni from the program that Francesca and I run at Harvard, suggest that the TPNW should literally supplant or replace the NPT, that states should withdraw from the NPT and join the TPNW instead. Most of our group thinks this is an unwise path, but I point this out just simply to suggest that there is dissatisfaction that it finds itself expressed in actual efforts to create an alternative treaty framework to address the nuclear challenge, the nuclear nonproliferation challenge. And this, in a way, kind of institutionalizes the polarization of these communities, this debate that underlies the whole politics of the NPT, because the TPNW now has its own review conference and its own little organization, and it has 122 states that have signed it, and 70 states and more have already ratified it. So this is a kind of alternative reality to the Nonproliferation Treaty. So when you add all this up together, it's pretty easy to, just checking my time here, it's pretty easy to see that this can be construed as a troubled picture. Easy to be pessimistic about the current circumstances, easy to conclude that there are very difficult realities in front of us for the NPT system. So that's part of what we see in front of us. What do we see? We see a lot of trouble. On the other hand, one of the striking things about the NPT is that across time, it has not lost members, it's gained members. And it started out with a few dozen in 1970, and by the end of the 90s, it had nearly every state in the international system, 189 member states. Only the UN has a larger number of state parties. In addition, what we've seen across time is that the regime capacity has expanded considerably. The safeguard system, if you look at where it started and where it is today, has evolved very significantly in ways that greatly expand its abilities and greatly increases our ability to be confident that the IAEA safeguard system can generally protect our interests when it comes to misuse of nuclear technologies. And as our colleague Matt Bunn often points out, the fundamental question is how many nuclear weapon states are there? And the NEREC students the other day heard my Nonproliferation Treaty lecture, and they know I allude to President Kennedy's famous forecast that there would be 25 nuclear weapon states by sometime in the mid or late 1960s. The expectation was in the early days of the nuclear age that there would be a very large number of nuclear weapon states, and this has not happened. And most of us who study these things believe that at least some of the credit goes to the NPT and the NPT system. But it brings us then to the big puzzle on which the NPT rests. And that is that 183 of the 194 members of the United Nations have judged that their interests are best served by not choosing to acquire nuclear weapons. The overwhelming majority of states on this planet prefer to live in a non-nuclear world. And it's important to underscore, because I think people lose sight of this or take it for granted. Joining the NPT was not mandatory. Nobody had to do it. It was a completely voluntary act. And remaining in the treaty, which has a very permissive withdrawal clause, is also a choice. Those who are dissatisfied can leave quite easily. So both joining the treaty and remaining in the treaty are free acts, voluntary acts of sovereign states who have somehow persuaded themselves that their interests are best served by not having nuclear weapons and by pressing others, including those who have them, not to have them either. So to me, this is an interesting puzzle. And it's somewhat miraculous in a way when you consider that the nuclear weapon states have argued insistently for decades that nuclear weapons provide unique and indispensable contributions to their security, right? If you look at the NATO strategic concept, it says nuclear weapons are irreplaceable in NATO's strategy. I'm sorry, but NATO is the most powerful coalition in the history of the planet. If NATO needs nuclear weapons, who doesn't? So how do small and medium-sized states persuade themselves that nuclear weapons are not a good idea for them, that they don't need to enjoy the security benefits provided by nuclear weapons, when in fact the big powers claim that the nuclear weapons are critical to their defense? To me, this is an interesting paradox. So why? How do we understand this? Now, our friend Scott Sagan, who is the other person who's, I think, participated in all 10 NEREC conferences but hasn't been able to be with us the last 2 years, wrote a famous article trying to explain why states get nuclear weapons. And what I'm raising here is the opposite question. Why don't states get nuclear weapons? Why don't we see many more? In the early days, it was thought to be a capacity issue. In fact, in the late 40s and early 50s, people suspected there would be a shortage of uranium, but of course nobody had ever had a reason to look for uranium, so that turned out to be wrong. But in the modern era, it's hard to think of a state that couldn't do it, given enough time and a decision to do it. What this suggests is that there's a case against nuclear weapons, which most states find persuasive. Isn't that remarkable? Now, the nuclear weapon states don't find it at all persuasive, and that's right at the heart of the battles within the NPT. So what are some of the factors that might sway states to judge that they're better off being without nuclear weapons? Well, I would start by giving at least some credit to the NPT system itself once it existed, because it's designed to make getting nuclear weapons hard and more expensive than otherwise. So it has become a more challenging task. But I think that's only a small piece of the story. Another thought is that nuclear weapons are of limited utility. In what scenarios can you imagine nuclear weapons being used? Most of the time, it's in very extreme circumstances where the survival of the state or some large-scale war is failing on your side or something big. But the security challenges faced by most states don't fall in those categories. There are border clashes, and for many states, their biggest security challenges are internal rather than external. So it's perfectly plausible to posit that nuclear weapons are just not that relevant to the security problems of many states, at least the most security problems of most states. Then there's a question of how usable actually are nuclear weapons, right? If you get them, the chances are your enemies will try to deter you, possibly by getting their own. But in addition, there is this famous nuclear taboo, right? Nuclear weapons are so destructive, and of course, modern nuclear weapons are many times more powerful than the ones that destroyed 2 cities in Japan in the fall of 1945, that it's hard to imagine the appropriateness of their use in any context whatsoever. So if you have a weapon that on the one hand applies to very few of your security challenges and on the other hand may not be usable in any case, then there's a question of why acquire them. There's a lot of suggestion in the literature that we now live in a world where there is a powerful non-proliferation norm, and states may be reluctant to violate that norm, particularly those states that have a very strong commitment to non-proliferation, some of the smaller European countries, for example. This normative argument may be significant. There's the cost factor, right? Most states operate on a cost-benefit basis when making large policy choices. And nuclear acquisition has 2 costs. One is the diplomatic and political costs associated with acquiring nuclear weapons. It's hard to imagine what state looks at the experience of Iran over the last 20 years, isolated, ostracized, punished, sanctioned, economy damaged, diplomacy truncated. who looks at that example and says, yes, that's the road we want to go down? So it may be that there's an appreciation for the political and diplomatic costs of nuclear acquisition. But also nuclear weapons are costly. People sometimes say nuclear weapons are cheap. They're cheap if you're the United States and you spend $841 billion on defense. But they're not cheap if you're a small or medium power, and they often have a trade-off with your ability to invest in conventional forces. So in Sweden's case, for example, the military turned against nuclear weapons when they came to the realization that they would have to very dramatically shrink their conventional forces in order to afford a nuclear capability. There's the problem of reciprocal acquisition. If Iran gets nuclear weapons, Saudi Arabia has promised to get nuclear weapons. If Saudi Arabia gets nuclear weapons, it's hard to believe that there isn't a different kind of discussion in Turkey and Egypt and places like that. I'm not a determinist. I don't imagine that we can say with certainty how the outcome of those decisions would happen. But I do believe that there would be debates in places like Turkey and Egypt about acquiring nuclear weapons if the region begins to nuclearize, right? So then if you're sitting in Tehran, you have to ask the question, are we better off if nobody has nuclear weapons or if all of our enemies have nuclear weapons too? Right? Is that the world you want to live in? Thomas Schelling, in his Nobel Prize speech, argued that the non-use of nuclear weapons since 1945 was the single most significant development of the past 70 or 80 years. And he attributed it to what he called normative abhorrence of the violence associated with nuclear weapons. This is destruction on a scale that's unimaginable, and many human beings recoil from this thought. And that's another dimension, perhaps, of the case against nuclear weapons. And then there's a last point, which is there exist in this world what I call great power enforcers. Almost all of the big powers, China was an exception for a while, but has now changed its tune, believe that nonproliferation is in their interest. And they work hard to promote nonproliferation. And they work hard to prevent proliferation. And they work hard to restrain, stop, and punish potential proliferators. And so if you're a small or medium power and you're thinking of acquiring nuclear weapons, and especially if you have some difficult relations with Washington, you have to factor into your calculation the fact that the big powers are going to come after you, and they're going to try and hurt you, and they're going to try and stop you. And do you really want to run that race? Well, the calculus will be different for every country, and not all of these factors will weigh equally in different capitals. But what we seem to know empirically is that some combination of this set of considerations has been successful, persuasive, in the overwhelming majority of governments around the world. And so I think the conclusion is that for most states, the acquisition of nuclear weapons is a high-cost, low-benefit option. And this helps account for the resilience of the NPT system. And if you look at the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, for example, 122 states, just in the last couple of years, in current realities, having seen the whole history that I've sketched for you briefly, 122 states have recommitted to not having nuclear weapons. So they're not being persuaded that their conclusions were wrong, even by the Ukraine war. So what we have then is a resilient regime for all of its difficulties. And since I'm coming to the end of my time, and I promised I wouldn't go past my 30 minutes or past 11 o'clock at any rate, one critical question is this case against nuclear weapons weakening? That would be a profound threat to the regime. And there are arguments that the Ukraine war has raised profound questions about the value of being a nuclear-armed state. Ukraine with nukes maybe wouldn't have been attacked. Russia has successfully deterred NATO from more direct involvement, so that shows the value of nuclear weapons. On the other hand, Russia is not winning. What has really been the value of nuclear weapons to Russia in this war? For the fight on the ground, it's been almost completely irrelevant. There's a lot of symbolic clashing, but And as I've indicated, the TBNW suggests that most states are still persuaded that the non-nuclear posture is the preferable posture. So my conclusion, just another sentence or two. I think one can conclude that the Non-Proliferation Treaty regime is a kind of vessel within which nuclear fights take place, but that those fights don't fundamentally undermine the basic conclusion states have made about the attractiveness of nuclear weapons. The politics have always been messy. The fights have occasionally been damaging to the regime, but over 50 plus years, none of this has been fatal to the regime. And so to me, what this suggests is the following characterization of the normal state of the non-proliferation system: imperfect but invaluable, troubled but durable. And it's 11 o'clock.
Okay, may I ask you to raise questions to Dr. Stephen Miller from NEREC students? Please raise your hand and give you a good grade for class participants. Yes.
My name is Natalie Navarrete. I just graduated from the University of Georgia, and I'll be studying at the University of Oxford. And thank you so much for your keynote speech. I wanted to hear a little bit more about what you think the role, as latent proliferation continues to expand, the role that threats from non-state actors or nuclear terrorism could play in the conversation around the NPT, specifically how nuclear weapon states would respond to this, how that could change their attitudes in the future.
A couple more. More questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Yan Liang. I'm from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey.
Louder. We can't hear you. Speak louder.
No, it's working.
It's working? Okay. So my question is, your argument was that the Ukraine war has not threatened the NPT regime that much because countries still see the utility of not possessing nuclear weapons more than possessing it. But really, if we're talking about states like North Korea or the other states that illegally possess nuclear weapons under the regime, it's really a question of how they perceive the war in Ukraine and how they perceive the utility. So how do you predict that those countries will perceive the consequences of the war and the likelihood that they will one day give up weapons? Is that possibility now, is that a less likely eventuality?
Yes, all day.
Hi, my name is Ray Hughes. I'm a grad student at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and my question's on, you touched on the war in Ukraine and the issues around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. How do you think that will affect nuclear supplier states exporting nuclear technologies to countries that want to acquire peaceful use? And do you think it's going to change the calculus for which states actually will acquire and which states won't?
So the first question.
Wait, please. Wait. Second round. Okay.
So the first question was about nuclear terrorism, which is a topic that we've been obsessed with at the Belfer Center for some 30 years, well before 9/11. We saw what you might describe as a kind of experiment on 9/11 in how does a state respond to mass casualty terrorism. We lost something in the neighborhood of 3,500 people on 9/11. 2 buildings, 3,400 people. The United States went on a decade-long rampage. The global war on terrorism became the centerpiece of American external policy for years on end. We ripped apart 2 countries, Afghanistan and Iraq, both of which suffer from the effects to this day. Now you imagine that 9/11 was not 2 wide-bodied aircraft into 2 buildings, but a nuclear detonation in Midtown Manhattan. I think it's unimaginable how the United States would respond. But there was one silver lining to that concern, which became quite vivid. That is, the fear of nuclear terrorism became quite vivid after 9/11. President Bush said on many occasions that the biggest danger to the civilized world is the world's worst people with the world's most dangerous weapons. Because there's an answer, and the answer is fissile material security. The answer is make sure that there are proper custodial arrangements for all of the weapons usable materials that exist around the planet. And there were multiple efforts made, some directed narrowly at Russia, where most of the fissile material exists. But then there was a so-called global cleanout, where the idea was to identify vulnerable holdings of weapons usable material anywhere on the planet and either remove it or elevate its standards of safety and security. So that was a strong, appropriate, and effective response to reducing the risk of nuclear terrorism. Our colleague Graham Allison wrote a well-known piece in Foreign Affairs in the mid-2000s, which described nuclear terrorism as the ultimate preventable catastrophe. And he had in there a very short, simple aphorism, which was, no fissile material, no weapon. So focusing on fissile material security was the smart thing to do, and it's largely been done. I raised the issue of the Ukraine war precisely because people are concerned about exactly the question you raised, which is how are potential proliferators going to look at Ukraine and what are they going to conclude from it? That is a legitimate concern, particularly because the knee-jerk, the kind of instant reaction was Ukraine made a huge mistake in giving up the nuclear weapons on its territory. There's several mitigating factors. One is that the story of Ukraine's relinquishing of the nuclear assets on its territory is much more complicated than the simple version would suggest. They never really had possession or control of the weapons on their territory. Russia gave every indication of intending to remove them by force if Ukraine did not give them up voluntarily. The United States' position was that there should be only one nuclear successor state of the former Soviet Union, and we might have actually accepted a forcible withdrawal of weapons from Ukraine. There's also the reality that the United States, and with pressure from the United States, all of the major institutions of the West, the EU, NATO, the West European Union, and so on, had a very explicit policy, and the policy was no recognition without a commitment to join the NPT as a non-weapon state. So this turned the nuclear decision for countries like Ukraine, but also Belarus and Kazakhstan, and earlier on there were TAC nukes in some of the other republics, turned that into a grand strategy question. It wasn't just a security policy issue. If you wanted to align with the West, if you wanted to join Western institutions, if you wanted to have association agreements with the EU, you had to give up the nukes on your territory. So it was a much more complicated story than people think. And it wasn't a simple question of Ukraine had a nuclear capability and gave it up. So if people understand the history properly, they'll understand that Ukraine's options were more limited. The other aspect of it is that there have been lots of wars involving nuclear armed states, and in no case since 1945 has the possession of nuclear weapons been decisive. The Americans lost in Vietnam, the Americans lost in Iraq, the Russians lost in Afghanistan. The Russians arguably have paid such a high price in Ukraine already that whatever happens, it can't really be construed as a victory. Well, where's the great value added of nuclear weapons? Right? Ultimately, they're not dispositive in the wars that countries actually fight. So if people look at that reality, it may be that the argument I'm making about the persuasiveness of the arguments for not having nuclear weapons are not completely overturned by the Ukraine war. Zaporizhia, there's been concern about reactors in war zones and in unstable environments more generally for a long time. There are already IAEA Board of Governors edicts that prohibit attacks on reactors. And there have been plenty of reactors in unstable or worrying places, and not much seems to have prevented that. The dilemma in Ukraine is that Zaporizhia is the largest nuclear power facility in Europe. It produces a significant chunk of Ukraine's electricity. This is part of Russia's game plan to try and strangle Ukraine and create pressure for concessions and accommodations. They've been playing a risky game of jeopardizing the Zaporizhia operations without really undermining them. But it could be disastrous if a mistake is made or something goes wrong. But I think what it has done is elevated sensitivity to the fact that nuclear power plants are a dangerous object to have in the middle of a war or a civil war. On the other hand, if you look at the global nuclear marketplace, I can't think of many places where that consideration overrode the temptation to earn billions of dollars.
Okay, if you allow me, I'll go to the presentation session, and after that, I'll give you the asking questions. I think with the 50th anniversary of NPT, I think NPT is certainly experiencing a big midlife crisis, especially in Russia, which was NPT creator and norm keeper. I think is violating the obligation of NPT nuclear weapon state by threatening to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine, which had foregone nuclear weapons to enter the NPT nuclear non-nuclear weapon state, which is a clear violation of NPT, and that gave a big problem, big challenge to NPT regime. So I introduce a Korean saying that with the passage of 10 years, mountains and rivers transform completely. So with the NEREC program, 10 years, I think you are taking responsibility for keeping the NPT regime. I think we need to resolve the midlife crisis. We need a new generation, MG generation, with new thought and new forces. That's why we are welcoming this, what we see and what we could do and what we can do to strengthen the NPT regime. With that, I introduce the presenters in order. The first presenter is Satvisa Shetty, who is newly appointed Executive Director of the Asia Pacific Leadership Network for Nuclear Nonproliferation. May I invite her for 15 minutes? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Han. Good morning, everyone. Just to reiterate, my name is Shatabisha Shetty. I'm the Executive Director of the Asia Pacific Leadership Network for Nuclear Nonproliferation and Disarmament, or APLN for short. I would like to thank KINAC and KAIST NEREC for the kind invitation to speak at this important conference, which we are delighted to co-sponsor. I'm sorry I cannot join you in person, but I'm so pleased to be with you online. For those of you who are not aware, APLN is a Seoul-based independent organization and network of over 130 leadership figures from 20 countries across the Asia-Pacific region, focused on addressing defense and security challenges and specifically on reducing and eliminating nuclear weapons risks. I will be speaking today about a project that APLN conducted with our colleagues at our sister organization, the European Leadership Network, on assessing perceptions of strategic risks from South Korea, Japan, and Australia, as well as the UK. How these perceptions have changed and how these changes have led to policies that impact the nuclear nonproliferation regime. These remarks connect somewhat to Professor Miller's point during his keynote speech on how middle powers persuade themselves that they do not need nuclear weapons. During the course of our project, which was supported by the UK Foreign Office, we conducted interviews with multiple officials, experts, scholars, and practitioners from all 4 countries. We hosted workshops, commissioned and published papers, and also produced a final report with the key findings, which you can find on the APLN and ELN websites. Throughout the project, participants from all 4 countries identified 4 major strategic risks: North Korea's nuclear and conventional military developments, Chinese behavior and military buildup, uncertainty over the role of the US in the region, and the impact of the war in Ukraine. There were, however, differences with respect to the significance of these risks to each state's security, the immediacy and the urgency of the risks, the responses to manage those risks, and the impact to the global nuclear order. All 4 countries were concerned by both North Korean and Chinese actions and are taking steps to enhance their deterrence and defense capabilities accordingly, with a new focus on forward military power projection and on strengthening security alliances with the United States, but also with one another. On North Korea, all the countries consider its developments as a risk, although there were differences in terms of how each perceived the scale of the risk and the immediate and long-term impact to their own national security. As you would all expect, the South Korean policy community considers the DPRK nuclear and missile developments as its biggest security risk and an existential threat. This is in reaction to North Korea's expanding missile capabilities. Last year, the North fired more missiles than in any other year on record, coupled with Pyongyang's updated nuclear law and doctrine, which now allows for a preemptive nuclear strike under ambiguous circumstances. Since it came into power, the Yoon government has prioritized strengthening the US ROK alliance, increasing its defense spending, improving relations with Japan, and enhancing deterrence measures and defensive capabilities. There have also been increasing calls for the development of a South Korean nuclear weapons program, seemingly supported by President Yoon's off-the-cuff remarks in January that Seoul might need to develop nuclear weapons, although this was subsequently made clear that it's not government policy. This has been somewhat mitigated by the Washington Declaration between the US and South Korea, announced in April, in which South Korea reaffirmed its commitment to the NPT, indirectly providing an assurance that it will not pursue an independent nuclear weapons capability. The emphasis on US assurances, which lies at the heart of the Washington Declaration, is mirrored by different concerns, and these are concerns over entrapment. There were suggestions during our project that greater security guarantees by the US also raised concerns about Washington escalating a conflict on the Korean Peninsula when Seoul was not willing to do so. Although this concern was outweighed by the security assurances that an enhanced partnership with the US provides. Similarly, Japan also sees North Korea as an urgent and serious risk in the face of repeated missile launches and increasing capabilities, coupled with concerns that Tokyo has insufficient ballistic missile defenses able to counter North Korean missiles. This is reflected in the recently published Defense White Paper, which re-emphasizes the need for counter-strike capabilities in the event of a North Korean attack. So emphasizing retaliatory capabilities as opposed to defensive. In response to risks from both North Korea and China, which Japan considers a more significant threat for the medium to long term, Japan is implementing the most significant changes to its defense strategy in nearly 60 years. Significantly expanding its military capabilities, increasing defense spending to 2% of GDP by 2027, growing its space and cyber capabilities, and acquiring long-range strike systems, amongst other developments. It will also be working more closely with allies to deter and defend against potential North Korean aggression. To Australian experts, North Korea's military and nuclear developments, although harmful to the NPT and international security, were not seen as posing a direct and immediate threat to its national security. So it wasn't considered a top-tier strategic national security risk. Our project findings suggest that these states consider the most significant risks emanating from China. The Australian security community is deeply distrustful of Beijing's intentions, coloured by past interference in internal affairs and economic coercion, increasingly assertive behaviour in the region, and concerns that Chinese actions risk increasing the prospect of war with the United States. Australia is concerned about being pulled into a US-China conflict if China were to invade Taiwan, attempt to seize the Senkaku Islands, or if there were a crisis on the Korean Peninsula. The Australian government is therefore enhancing its defence capabilities, strengthening its alliance with the US, deepening partnerships such as the Quad, and announcing initiatives such as AUKUS. Some Australian analysts, however, argue that initiatives such as AUKUS give the impression that Canberra is supporting efforts in containing and constraining China. They argue that this has created mistrust, undermined dialogue outside of economics and trade, and given rise to zero-sum competition with Beijing. Nonetheless, the Albanese government has managed to stabilize relations with China, end the diplomatic freeze, and has worked to improve bilateral trade. From the perspective of Japan, China is considered a serious to medium long-term risk. And if Beijing pursued the reunification of Taiwan by force, although not considered an immediate risk by Japanese analysts, they worry that if the US were to become involved, Japan could be a target of Chinese military action as a host to US military bases. There are concerns in Tokyo that China would increase its control over the East China Sea, posing a vital or even existential risk to Japan. Furthermore, there are worries that Japanese missile and defense capabilities couldn't match China's expanding missile force. In response, the Japanese policy community supports a twin approach of deterrence and dialogue. Deterrence through investing in capabilities and bolstering the alliance with the US, coupled with promoting dialogue between the US and China, as well as with countries in the region to reduce tensions and promote risk reduction. This is echoed by Australian efforts to promote risk reduction measures within the NPT and continue to reinforce the calls for guardrails in the US and China relationship. In South Korea, as is the case with Japan, the government must balance Seoul's reliance on the United States for security whilst maintaining economic relations with China. While there's a similar fear of being dragged into a conflict over Taiwan, there are also concerns about the impact of the US-China competition. Overall, however, the priority is for closer defense alignment with the US. On AUKUS, our participants saw the agreement as the most significant regional response to China's growing assertiveness, whilst also impacting the nuclear non-proliferation regime. Some Australian analysts argue that AUKUS was not a proliferation concern because there was no immediate risk of fissile material diversion from the submarine reactor cores. The proposed measures to isolate fissile material were sufficient, and there is no interest nor political will for Australia to develop nuclear weapons. Others describe the deal as an expensive response to questionable assessments of Chinese strategic intent and capabilities. There were also worries about the precedent that AUKUS sets in allowing the transfer of fissile material and nuclear technology from a nuclear weapon state to a non-nuclear weapon state for naval propulsion, which is exempt from inspections and monitoring by the International Atomic Energy Agency. South Korean participants did not consider AUKUS as a proliferation risk, interestingly, but were more concerned about Chinese reactions to the deal, especially if the argument that AUKUS was damaging to the NPT gained credibility amongst ASEAN and non-aligned states. There were calls, therefore, amongst the group for accurate and detailed information on the specifics of the AUKUS agreement to counter misinformation and any misleading narratives. Japanese policymakers view AUKUS positively and consider nuclear submarines a justified investment for Australia and a way of keeping the United States in the region. On stresses to the non-proliferation regime, our Japanese interviewees stressed the need to protect the NPT and strengthen the nuclear taboo, but also noted the treaty's limitations, including that efforts to strengthen nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation norms were insufficient to deal with countries like North Korea and even China and Russia, which do not abide by some of these norms. On discussions over domestic calls for Seoul to acquire independent nuclear weapons, some South Korean analysts advocated for more involvement in the US nuclear decision-making process instead. Others argued in favor of an Asian nuclear planning group, an upgraded version of the current nuclear consultative group, which was announced as part of the Washington Declaration, which could eventually lead to the redeployment of US tactical nuclear weapons on the Korean Peninsula. Despite acknowledging that this would negatively impact the nuclear non-proliferation regime, they felt that it would be less detrimental than an independent South Korean nuclear deterrent. Others stressed that South Korea was not seriously considering developing nuclear weapons, as this would undermine the country's domestic nuclear power sector and reactor exports, potentially leading to the South Korean reactor export industry collapsing. If South Korea withdrew from the NPT, for instance, it may lose up to a third of its total electricity production from nuclear power generation. International cooperation, including imports of enriched uranium fuel, would likely be suspended, and it would be difficult to justify South Korean exports of nuclear technology due to potential proliferation concerns. Finally, any nuclear testing would trigger opposition, if not domestically, certainly internationally. It was also suggested that the South Korean public may underestimate the political, diplomatic, and financial costs of developing and possessing nuclear weapons, and that the government had to do more to educate the public about the benefits of the NPT and the consequences of withdrawal and nuclear weapons development. In short, as South Korea, Japan, and Australia respond to the developments in the international security environment with changes to their defense and deterrence postures and policies, there needs to be more consideration of the repercussions to the NPT regime and education and emphasis of the global good and security benefit that the NPT provides. All of these countries have the means to make a positive impact on the NPT and the overall security environment by exercising and promoting restraint and dialogue amongst all parties in the region, by pushing for and leading by example on greater transparency and risk reduction measures, and making sure that they adhere to international obligations with respect to non-proliferation. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Next, I'll introduce Dr. John Park of Harvard Kennedy School. He's Director of Korea Project at Harvard Kennedy School, the Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. Dr. Park, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Great to see you, Professor Han. Thank you. I'd like to present for you today some key findings from studies that we did back in the late 2000s when I was at a think tank in Washington. Thank you. And so with that, teeing that up, I'd like to also convey my deep thanks to Professor Im and the team at NEREC and KINAC for convening such an important gathering. As Professor Miller said, this is a very important gathering in terms of the next generation. And I can see with all of the dedication for all of the speakers and participants, this is a movement that's growing, a very important movement that is growing year by year. With this, as we've seen with the title, it is very much focused on diagnosis. And in that vein, I'd like to present the dynamic of the relationship between China and North Korea, a very complex relationship. With this, I wanted to tell the story of how the economic development and the market development between the two parties here have grown to an extent where the implications are direct related to denuclearization efforts. This is really the story of the underdeveloped Chinese provinces and the underdeveloped North Korean provinces. If you look at it from the time period in which you see a lot of the advancements of the political relationship, it is quite striking how we see in a fairly short period of time the proportion of North Korea's overall foreign trade in relation to China increasing from $1.9 billion in 2007, about 41% of North Korea's overall trade, to over $9.3 billion in 2019. This represents over 91%. And with that, there are implications, and I'll draw them as it relates to denuclearization efforts. With that as a background, there's a puzzle here. If you look at the red line, this is the inter-Korean trade, during even some of the peaks of South Korea's Sunshine Policy, the efforts to engage North Korea through economic inducements to develop another pathway to a negotiated peaceful resolution of the nuclear issue. Even at the peak times, you're looking at something that in the blue line, the China-North Korea trade, and particularly in the second half of the 2000s, it is really striking how this bilateral relationship on the commercial side expands so quickly. But with all things related to this type of increase, it's not really organic growth. There is a political factor here as well. And in this case, it is the development of that commercial relationship, and most significantly, the expansion of North Korean commercial activities inside of the Chinese marketplace. This type of uptick in the blue line here is really denoted to a dynamic in terms of the political and diplomatic relations between the two countries. Before I go into a little bit of trying to address this puzzle, I wanted to give you a sense of what's happening on the North Korean side. There is an organism that grows and mutates and adapts, and that's what we call North Korea Incorporated. That is the collection of elite state trading companies that the regime runs to either generate revenue or use those revenues to procure items that advance the WMD program. And with this, if you look at the functioning of it, they're either affiliated to the party, to the military, or the cabinet in North Korea. I think most significant function is that they generate the funds that go into the operating budgets for these various organizations, and a key purpose for the procurement of the main components that go into WMD programs themselves. With respect to some of this research, it's really a small group of less than 80. If you look at the North Korean defector escapee community, very few of them of that group have this kind of experience. But for those who do, it's very much the business of how expats break into foreign markets and how they learn. The accumulation of tacit knowledge, the learning by doing, that has been such a game changer in terms of North Korea Inc.'s adaptation and growth. One way to analyze these activities is a simple equation, PRC, profit equals revenue minus costs. And one of the biggest breakthroughs for North Korea Inc. was the ability to tame some of these cost structures as they did more and more business inside of the Chinese marketplace. I have to mention the caveat here that the vast majority of this commercial activity is benign. It has nothing to do with nuclear weapons proliferation or the WMD program. A vast majority of it is just benign commercial activity. But in the midst of developing commercial channels, they almost acquire a dual use capability. If you're moving in goods that have nothing to do with the program, there's also the ability to move other goods that do. The biggest setback for North Korea Incorporated, I would argue on a net basis, has not been sanctions, but the coronavirus and the policy response in North Korea. With North Korea's closure of its own borders and still more or less in place with some rare exceptions since January of 2020, it does answer the question of the sanctions approach. This self-imposed quarantine far exceeds anything even the most adamant sanctions advocates have espoused, yet North Korea has not stopped. And if you look at the famous bar graph that our colleagues at CSIS maintains, last year, the line of over 90 tests go through the roof. It's hard to even put on a slide anymore. And that was a period also where it raises questions about how much the North Koreans have stockpiled as well. So the whole notion of sanctions is not to say that they're completely not effective, but in key instances they are. But how they trigger innovation in the marketplace is something that I think we need to watch very closely. Going back to that aspect of China and that increase in trade, this is a part that I wanted to highlight to the group here. With all countries in the international community, the commonality is every country is seeking to advance its own national interests as they define them. And they're going to use all of the national policy tools at their disposal. China is no different in that respect. But with the focus on the stability of the North Korean regime, superior in many respects, in key instances, than denuclearization, as much as denuclearization is important to the core countries, you're seeing a factor in play where there's a parallel process. And the one that I think doesn't get as much attention is how through the party-to-party mechanism, North Korea and China have created these type of commercial channels that have no linkage to denuclearization. That is to say, North Korea Inc.'s access to the Chinese marketplace is not contingent upon North Korean advancements and progress on denuclearization. That is for the six-party talks, a separate track, of which China is the chair. And in this distinct parallel approach, and where China believes that six-party talks is something that we can go back to, and there's a divergence among the key players here about the viability of the six-party talks at this stage, China does maintain this distinct party-to-party on one track, and the second, the six-party approach. If you look at the other countries, though, and I draw your attention specifically to the United States is very clear, and the policy has been consistent: no denuclearization, no economic, commercial type of benefits. That's strictly connected to progress on denuclearization. And here usually framed in terms of commercial access via easing or lifting of sanctions. Now, if you look at that relative distance between the United States and China, that's the operating space for the North Korea Inc. Elements. And these are marketplace facts. This isn't a policy analysis per se. It's through this large gap that you see the growth of market activities for North Korea Inc. players, not only inside of China, but other parts of Southeast Asia. So how did this all come about? There are many factors, but I do believe the biggest is a diplomatic political one. This is the visit of then Premier Won Jae-bao to North Korea, to Pyongyang, to see Kim Jong-il in October of 2009. Why is this significant? In August of 2008, Kim Jong-il has his health crisis. In the fall of 2008, there's concern about either Kim Jong-il being dead or incapacitated, and the fear of loose nukes in North Korea. And at that time, you see basically, in many instances, China cautioning other countries that things are more or less status quo in North Korea. It takes this October 2009 visit really to convince everyone that North Korea is still under the rule of Kim Jong-il, that he's still alive and kicking, and that with this, there's an acceleration of the party-to-party relationship. In Western media, this was the photo that captured the headlines and the front pages. And the headlines usually had the common theme of a resurgence of an alliance. But it was much more complex than that. If you look at the actual agreements that they signed, there are three headings. under economic development, tourism, and education. Amidst increasing US-led sanctions on North Korea, the message was through these 3 agreements, in China, doing business with a North Korean entity is legal under Chinese law. And if you look at economic development, China was one of the co-authors of the UN Security Council resolution when North Korea conducted their first nuclear test in October of 2006. But there was a careful clause within the resolution saying that member states of the United Nations were not prohibited from engaging in humanitarian or economic development activities with North Korea. So you have something of a loophole in terms of trying to shelter, in many respects, this nascent commercial activity really geared towards the stability of the North Korean regime, among other purposes. Tourism enables Chinese nationals to travel to North Korea without a visa. Up until the self-imposed quarantine, you have the movement of peoples on a fairly regular basis, and ubiquity of Chinese tourists in different far-flung parts of North Korea. Education enables North Korean workers to work in China under learning permits and other types of programs where it's documented. These aren't North Korean citizens escaping or moving across the border to make money and come back. These are all programs that are structured and watched very carefully and maintained very carefully. So with this, the type of dynamic with this party-to-party relationship, you see an acceleration, because this is also the leadership succession transition period from Kim Jong-il to Kim Jong-un, where the party-to-party mechanism, I think, is something that still endures to today, and an important part, again, of this focus on advancing China's national interests with the stability of a North Korean regime next door, but through the party-to-party mechanism. So what does this all amount to? In many respects, you have the Chinese party creating an unintended gap. This is where the two-party, the focus on stability greater than denuclearization through the six-party, given difficulties in US-North Korea relations, a host of reasons where denuclearization is seen as problematic and something that is still hoped for, but realistically where we have to be patient. The prioritization of this mechanism, which is essentially putting the North Korean regime through the mechanism of the party on a different type of footing with China to have more of a durable stability, becomes, I think, an enduring priority for the two countries in this respect. One of the results of this is that you see North Korea Incorporated spreading its activities inside of the Chinese economy. Why is that significant? It enables the North Korean regime to free ride off Chinese infrastructure, financial systems. If you think of electricity, if there are certain aspects of development there, transportation, infrastructure, all of those things are readily available inside of the Chinese marketplace. The second benefit, second result, I should say, is that during this time period, we see the increased reliance on sanctions. And while some of these key sanctions are effective, the net effect, though, is that because of the increased power of these sanctions, there's an unintended consequence of triggering innovation in how North Korea Incorporated conducts its business, particularly through the greater use of local Chinese middlemen, local companies. In all of this, you see a type of situation where China maximizes this gap. And again, in our analysis, it's the net assessment of the unintended gap that results when you see the prioritization of stability over denuclearization. And with this, I wanted to wrap up with this particular assessment of the commercial dynamics in a little more depth. Inside of the Chinese marketplace for North Korea Incorporated, the biggest benefits, again, are these abilities and opportunities to piggyback off of the significant infrastructure that the Chinese marketplace presents. And with that, leveraging these commercial channels also present these kind of dual-use opportunities for procurement. The disadvantages, though, in the early days, when you see the new Chinese leadership using anti-corruption campaign and whatnot, unintentionally, some of the North Korea Inc. partners on the commercial side, on the Chinese side, get caught up in this. And so the necessity of having to rebuild networks or adjust networks is an early shock for the new leadership under Kim Jong-un in this respect. Inside of North Korea commercial activities, there is the ability to control the political commercial terms of joint ventures and others vis-a-vis the Chinese partner. But the con is this chronic lack of infrastructure countrywide within North Korea, and a critical element of why there is a natural in these permissive environments for North Korea Inc. to do more and more of its activities inside of the Chinese marketplace. I wanted to conclude that again, an assessment of how China is advancing its national interests, these type of opportunities present its picture of stability that's much more durable than in the past. And the net assessment is that this is still providing net positive in terms of the stability of the North Korean regime and certain efforts to rebuild the relationship between the two countries in a way that China would like to see it. But as long as this stability is greater than denuclearization dynamic exists, we really have to pause in terms of how other policies towards North Korea are happening, because at the end of the day, there's competition among these different types of policies. With that, thank you. Yield back to you, Professor Han. Thank you.
I will introduce next speaker, Justin Hastings, Professor of University of Sydney, Australia. Dr. Hastings, you have 15 minutes.
Okay, can you see the slides? Okay. All right. So I think the remit I was asked to talk about, sort of where is the nonproliferation right now, sort of what's happening, is quite broad. So I tried to sort of be, I think, as specific as possible. And this is based on sort of research I and sort of co-authors have done over the past couple of years on not only proliferation network strategies, but also on, I guess, countries' views outside of the mainstream, countries' views of the nonproliferation regime and sort of what that actually means for their own responsibilities, and sort of bring that together to think about, well, what does this mean for how we might have new thinking about nonproliferation? Okay, so conceptually, I think, a lot of the discussion of the nonproliferation is often based on sort of why countries might or might not acquire nuclear weapons. And sort of a lot of the nonproliferation norm is basically saying, the norm is to not acquire them or to get rid of them in theory if you have them. But I think sort of one way to think about this is to think about, well, how do they acquire them, right? And sort of what is the physical sort of logistical networks that countries create in order to acquire nuclear weapons or pretty much any kind of weapon that might be subject to sanctions or to other trade restrictions, right? And so basically, if we're thinking about sort of what does a proliferation network look like, usually there's a supplier, there's a buyer, and then there are sort of people in between, right? People, countries, firms in between who are sort of adjudicate and sort of serve as brokers for the physical movement of goods, dual use items, maybe sort of nuclear material, radioactive sources, depending what you want, as well as people who aid in the acquisition of these middlemen, so to speak. And these people have social ties or informational ties to both the suppliers and the buyers, right? And so when we think about, sort of a network, it's not simply who is supplying nuclear materials or who is supplying dual use items. It's also who's buying them and who is enabling the supply and sort of acquisition of these items. And sort of when we break it down in that way, we can see in some sense, sort of what are the different strategies that states pursue as a way of attempting to acquire nuclear weapons. Okay, so I sort of, over the years, I've come up with sort of a number of different strategies. There are state strategies, there are non-state strategies that states use. The non-state strategies are basically strategies that don't use state resources or prerogatives, while state strategies do. And what I'm interested in, especially for this particular presentation, is non-state strategies in proliferation networks that use formal trade, right? So if I'm a state and I want to acquire dual-use items, technology, or nuclear materials, even sort of, even enriched uranium or sort of even just regular uranium, and I want to use formal trade, how do I actually sort of get it such that, or structure these networks such that I can actually acquire these items, right? And we can sort of think about three sort of strategies they might use, right? They might obfuscate the nature of the goods, sort of which actors are actually involved in it, or sort of who the identities of the actors are. And this is in large part because a lot of strategic trade controls or sanctions really only work if you know the combination of who's buying, who's selling, what those goods are, what they're intended for, and sort of whether this is allowed or not, right? So if you're able to obscure who the people are who are buying or selling, or you're able to obscure the nature of the goods, then you can sort of maybe have this trade go through. At the same time, there are two other strategies that states might use, and this will become more relevant when we think about the non-proliferation norm, which is arbitrage, right? So you might you can decide as a proliferating state, which states you're going to use as these brokers, as acquisition brokers, as transport brokers. And you might look for states where the ability to participate in proliferation networks because of technological advancement, because of economic sort of interactions, because of their place in the world, the global trade economy, is higher than their ability or desire to enforce those trade controls, right? So basically they can participate without actually knowing they're participating or being able to stop other countries from using them as brokers. But there's also sort of the way to think about it is to say, well, if you look at the entire trade network, one way you can get around sanctions is simply by making, sort of the trade network itself look as routine as possible, right? So, goods that are bound from North Korea, for example, that are dual-use items don't really become problematic until they actually end up in North Korea, right? So if you're saying, well, the best way to sort of do this is to make it look like they're not actually going to North Korea up until the moment they cross the border, right? So you have situations in which, in some sense, the best way to do this for a proliferating state is to maximize the use of non-suspicious resources, to make it as mundane and as boring as possible, right? And this is the case with sort of smuggling in general. I think most people tend to think of smuggling as this, sort of a lot of skullduggery and people moving across borders, and that's true. But a lot of smuggling is simply using formal trade networks and sort of making it as sort of unremarkable as possible so that sort of attentions are not focused on them. And so what does this mean in terms of how these states create their networks then? So what we basically did as part of our project is we sort of took all the known cases that we could find of at least marginally tangentially related sort of proliferation transactions for a number of different countries. In this case, I'll just look at North Korea and Iran, but a number of different countries. And we looked at not only who was actually involved in these transactions, what was the individual nationality of these people, right? But also where were they located? Where were their firms physically located, right? Because these are the countries that are in theory regulating the movement of people and goods across borders. And by seeing to the extent to which there's a sort of convergence or a divergence between sort of the individual nationality of the brokers and the buyers and sellers and the group location, we can see the extent, basically sort of how these proliferation network strategies are used, right? So in this case, we see North Korea, their individual nationality, their group location. We see that, the blue is basically North Koreans or people located in North Korea. Gray, we don't really know. And then sort of green are, is China, sort of, I think orange is some other country. And so what we see here is that if we look across these different clusters, they're basically the same, right? And what this basically tells us is that, North Koreans in their trade networks that are trying to acquire sort of materials and goods are basically sort of operating in North Korea, and the people who are operating outside North Korea, by and large, are not North Korean. They're from other nationalities, right? So if you're saying sort of what is the way in which North Korea solves problems in which they sort of create their proliferation network, the answer is they have someone else do it for them, right? And this has strengths and weaknesses, as we'll see. But basically the solution to North Korea, how they solve this is by actually not solving it at all, by having China and other countries solve it for them. By contrast, we have Iran here, right? And so Iran is just, there's much more information about them, so we have a lot more data. And so this is difficult to read. Sort of Iran is, Iranian nationalities or Iranian sort of locations are in sort of red, orange, and then sort of other countries are in other colors. And if you were to sort of analyze this data and sort of think about to what extent do individual nationalities overlap with group locations, what you can see is that Iranians are basically, people of Iranian ethnicity or nationality are essentially trying to acquire goods while operating in other countries, right? So if we're thinking about who are the brokers in sort of Iranian sort of import networks for proliferation purposes or sanctions evasion purposes, they are by and large people connected in some way to Iran who are trying to operate in sort of basically middleman countries, right? And so, Iran pursued a very different strategy than North Korea in this respect, right? And these strategies had sort of strengths and weaknesses, right? In some sense, North Korea prioritized flexibility. This is why they use sort of third country brokers in supplier and broker countries, but this traded off control. They didn't really control their network. There wasn't a lot of security in North Korean trade, right? But North Korea was okay with that, right? They accepted a high risk of interdiction. At the same time, Iran didn't do that. They prioritized control and security over flexibility, right? This meant that in some sense, they were more confident in the people they were dealing with. They're all sort of had some sort of business tied to Iran, but it also meant that if Iranians were targeted in another country such as UAE, which is the main broker, then this made Iran's network susceptible to interdiction, right? And we can see this, sort of most generally in sort of how North Korea and Iran fared on their nuclear programs over a 30-year period. Okay, so why is this important, right? It's important because it suggests that, in some sense, the strength and the weakness of countries that are trying to proliferate is essentially the third-party countries, right? It's not the suppliers in the suppliers group, right? It's actually the countries that serve as brokers, right? Sort of the broker countries that might serve as acquisition broker countries, as hosts of firms that might be involved in acquisitions or transport, right? And in some sense, what you sort of need to do if you're trying to interdict a proliferation network like Iran or North Korea is to have these third countries put a stop to this, right? To sort of stop allowing these firms to trade or stop allowing these firms to engage in business transactions that might be detrimental to proliferation. So what we did is we were interested in sort of, well, what do these countries think about this, right? And so last year we did a series of interviews with government and former government officials in a Southeast Asian country. We'll just leave it at that, right? A Southeast Asian country, to help to understand basically their views on non-proliferation, right? And their views on security, nuclear security and nuclear safety and, I guess, trade controls related to proliferation. And what we found is that, there was actually divergence in sort of different types of ministries or different types of agencies within the country. But the common position they had, I guess, which is not surprising, is in some sense, they didn't really care about non-proliferation. They cared about disarmament, right? That was their position. This is what you should be aiming for, right? And, sort of their position was that they were worried that excessive pressure and excessive emphasis on non-proliferation might restrict the ability of them to use nuclear materials for the purpose of science technology, for economic activities, right? And to the extent that sort of non-proliferation meant enforcing sort of trade controls and sort of more and more onerous requirements for safeguards, this means in some sense that there's a cost to the country for this, right? There's excessive transparency and surveillance, which has a cost, right? Both politically and economically, right? And it also means that in some sense, they're trying to, these costs are being imposed on them when they're trying to improve, when they're trying to improve their own technological capabilities to surveil and control what's going on inside of them, as well as streamline who's responsible for what, right? And so in some sense, non-proliferation is something they don't necessarily disagree with, but they disagree on what this actually means for them, right? And sort of the requirements that are placed in terms of non-proliferation on the state are viewed as onerous and unnecessary, and in some sense, possibly deleterious to the state's economic development. And so what you see is that in some sense, this is not some aspects of this are not universally held within the state, right? There is a divide between strategic agencies, sort of the foreign ministry, the defense ministry, the trade ministry, and technical agencies, which are the agencies that are involved in actually maintaining sort of the nuclear assets in the country, as well as sort of maintaining sort of nuclear and radioactive safety and security. And what you see is an emphasis that leads to, in some sense, a mismatch between sort of and disagreement within the country about how this should work, right? So the strategic agencies focus on protecting their sovereignty, on sort of making sure that any sort of national interests are protected relative to the pressure or the loopholes created by other countries, basically defending this country's sovereignty. Technical agencies generally are more aware of the actual physical issues associated with nuclear materials, and so they tend to focus on protecting the personnel, observing risks, and minimizing the harmful effects of radiation, right? And so what this means, in some sense, is that you see a government which is on board with non-proliferation, wholly believes in it, right? But suggests that disarmament might be more important and is wary of any measures that are focused on non-proliferation without addressing disarmament and that impose new restrictions and new obligations on the state that they didn't actually agree to, right? This also means in some sense, the state doesn't necessarily feel an obligation to report anything they're not legally required to report to the international community. And you can see this on sort of the perspectives that the strategic ministries have on what the responsibilities are. They view sort of adhering to safeguards as compulsory because they signed those treaties. At the same time, what safeguards means is is beyond these treaties up for debate. Does this require them to establish a comprehensive strategic trade control and reporting system? They don't necessarily agree with that, right? Sort of the safety and security is, not within the remit of these ministries in the first place, but is not viewed under non-proliferation norm as compulsory. They do it because it's important for the safety and security of the state's population, not because they feel any fealty to international law. And what this means in some sense is that their requirement, any requirement that is designed to show that they are complying with safety and security regulations is voluntary, right? And sort of is subject to the cost of benefit analysis about whether these are necessary for the state to do what it needs to do to protect its own population. By contrast, I think we see that sort of the technical ministries, focus much more on sort of how all three, safeguard, safety, and security, are the responsibility and are actually related to each other and should be integrated. And from their perspective, should be integrated underneath them, right? And they view sort of, in some sense, all sort of three of these as the responsibility of the state to its own population and to the international community, right? And so that, sort of in some sense, the responsibilities they have for safety and security should not be too sort of separated from that. And sort of their focus obviously much more on not necessarily on reporting, but on, in some sense, ensuring that the systems they have for safety and security are run properly. Right, so what does this mean for, I think, non-proliferation and non-proliferation norms? I think one thing to keep in mind from looking at this Southeast Asian country, and Southeast Asian countries are, in some sense, very anti-nuclear weapons, right? There's a sort of treaty on, already a treaty on nuclear-free zone within Southeast Asia. So in some sense, they don't disagree with the non-proliferation norm. But the question is, what does that actually mean on the ground for how they enforce safeguards and what they do for essentially stopping proliferation for other countries, right? And the norm here doesn't necessarily mean that there's buy-in from developing countries for all aspects of the NPR, especially when it's dictated by the nuclear suppliers group or by developed countries, which are placing more obligations on them for reporting and trade restrictions, even while they continue to have and develop new nuclear weapons systems, right? Despite sort of the existence of the UN Security Council Resolution 1540, they don't necessarily view enforcing strategic trade controls and sanctions as the same as accepting safeguards as part of non-proliferation. They are two separate things, right? And so this is, in some sense, presents an opportunity for some proliferating states if they really wanted to use it. But I think it also requires us to have a sensitivity for many of these states about why there isn't greater buy-in oftentimes for sanctions enforcement or for strategic trade controls. It's not because they love Iran and North Korea, right? It's because in some sense, they view many of these obligations as beyond what they agreed to when they signed up for the NPT, right? And so, what this means in some sense is that some proliferation strategies work because many of these countries do face these trade-offs in enforcing sanctions and protecting their sovereignty. And we have to sort of, I think, be wary of that and understand that if we're thinking about how to move forward with creating a non-proliferation regime that actually does respect the understandings and sort of the concerns of developing countries which are in the NPT. Okay, that's all I have. So thank you.
Okay, now it's time for me to introduce Ambassador Shin Dong-ik. Now is a professor of Yonsei University. He's ambassador of Republic of Korea to multiple missions, including ambassador to Australia between 2016 and 2019. He also served as a chair of the Nuclear Supplies Group and of the CTBTO platform in 2019. Ambassador Shin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Han, for your kind introduction. First of all, I think I'm not lucky because I'm last speaker in the morning session. It must be very tired, almost exhausted, and hungry. But I'd like to make it short and more effective. I'm quite familiar with this kind of setting because I'm teaching at the university. So many students are now participating in NEREC program. Personally, I read briefly, almost altogether is around 20, the panels outside of the conference room. That your report, just the summary of the report is very impressive. I have something to comment on that because I've been working in Vienna and United Nations. So I'm a kind of practitioner rather than academician. So based on my experience in the field, if I may, I have a chance to comment to you and your contributions, the panels. And so I have also experience in the working in KINAC, so one of the co-sponsor, and NEREC. I was speaking in the opening session of, it was 2015 or 14, this conference NEREC program. And the familiar face from the foreign ministry, and particularly Francesca. So we are working together in the CTBTO as a comprehensive nuclear test treaty when I was chairing of the CTBT PRACOM meeting. So for me, it's comfortable, but I like to be more effective to give a broader picture of these issues, NPT regime and so preventing nuclear non-proliferation for the peaceful use of nuclear energy. So first part, the non-proliferation is. Second part is the peaceful use of nuclear energy. So what we see in the current situation, so for example, is NPT in crisis, how dangerous situation it is. And second part, South Korea has declared in April, South Korea will not produce nuclear weapons and respect NPT regime. I don't know if it's permanent, but it's clear and open declaration publicly announced by the South Korean president. So now it's already decided. We go to only peaceful purpose, not military purpose. So I'd like to give some kind of outline, the NPT in crisis, and now how South Korea, yes. In the morning, the Professor Sagan, he mentioned the Oppenheimer, Julius Roberts Oppenheimer. So in Korea, we'll see from August 15, that is our Liberation Day. But we read many articles in the US and other the foreign journals. So that shows how the nuclear weapon is so dangerous and as disaster. Another the point is expressed by the Board of American Atomic Scientists as a group in January. So in international community, our world is almost 90 seconds to midnight, the closest to global catastrophe from 1947 when they started to review and publicized how dangerous situation so we are now facing. But anyhow, NPT regime, as the Professor Miller mentioned, this is a cornerstone. So without NPT, so world is more dangerous and disorder and chaotic situation. So I'd like to skip 1970, 1995 indefinite extensions briefly. But after the end of Cold War, there's some positive movement. 2000, Review Conference, 13 practical step, and 2010, 63 action plan was agreed, adopted. But 2005, 15, 22, Review Conference failed to adopt outcome document, final document, because different reason. But most recent case, 2022, it was originally scheduled in 2020, but because of COVID-19, held only last year. So Russia opposed to name the Zaporizhzhia. It's a nuclear kind of the terrorism or attack by, I don't know, with which side. This is the photo of Zaporizhzhia, 6 nuclear power plant. So it's surrounded by Russian and Ukraine army. But how so the dangerous? Firstly, the prospect 2026, the NPT review conference should be held 2025, every 5 years, but we are behind. So 2022, our review conference decided to, this time to convene the conference 2026. So many reasons. The danger is Russia, Belarus, nuclear issue, North Korea, Iran. So some people said it's a second Cuban Missile Crisis in Europe and Asia simultaneously. So since 2019, North Korea, there's no talks. The afternoon session, so we'll discuss further under chairmanship of Professor John. So I'm sorry, not John, Kim Min-soo, sorry. So North Korea is almost now suspended nuclear talks. Iran, no progress. And Middle East, the Middle Eastern nuclear weapon, WMD free zone, no meeting, and Ukraine war. This is the real danger. So NPT, the review conference 2026 is a very dark and grim prospect. And if we go back to article, so what is the violation? Number one is Russia, if they transfer the nuclear weapon to Belarus, is violation Article 1 of NPT, and Belarus, they should not receive nuclear weapon, but they violate Article 2. 3, safeguards. Iran is now increasing the highly enrichment uranium by 60. North Korea, they withdrew, but still they are in the list of the NPT state parties. So accession exceeded 1985. But another one is China and some the NAM members, they argued the AUKUS, the providing submarine or nuclear submarine to Australia is should be under safeguards agreement in CIRC 153. So it's violation. But it's quite controversial points, whether it is a violation or not. Still, they are fighting in the review conference. Article 6, nuclear disarmament, no progress. Rather, now it's suspended. The Russia already announced they are not participating the negotiation of extending New START. Article 10, North Korea withdrew 1993 and officially 2003. No more state now withdrew, but there's possibility. So I can stress the NPT regime is closely connected with the UN Charter, and the implementing mechanism is IAEA. So 3, UN, United Nations, and NPT, IAEA as one kind of the body, the mechanism to prevent nuclear preparations further. I don't know, sorry. Okay, it's all about South Korea, how we can contribute to NPT regime and denuclearize Korean Peninsula. So briefly, the afternoon session, so we can concentrate on this issue. So North Korea violated nuclear UN Security Council resolutions, and further they are developing their nuclear capability at the same time ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missiles. So this is the photo. Hydrogen is it's a much empowered, is a more powerful nuclear weapons. But short, the US DPRK, they failed to agree that kind of the how to denuclearize, how to suspend, and also how to lift sanction. So I have experience in working in United Nations, UN Security Council sanction, and in Vienna on verification. The main core of the problem is two wording, sanction and verification. North Korea and Hanoi, they said they can close Yongbyon nuclear facility only. But United States wants to more, Yongbyon plus alpha, including the HEU, in highly enrichment uranium sites, the verifications, all sites. But North Korea said they can destroy Yongbyon and instead United States and United Nations together have to lift sanctions. This is the point in the end. So what kind of the formula of the nuclear talks among six-party talks and bilateral talks. So this is the end point, the verification and sanction. South Korea, Japan, and United States is working together to deter the North Korean threat. So public opinion, South Korea is large, 60%, more than 60% in favor of developing nuclear weapon capability to strengthen nuclear deterrence against the North Korean nuclear weapon. But it's not realistic, several times. So Professor Miller and other presenters already mentioned, it's not realistic. The cost is enormous. So cost is much, much higher than the benefit. So I say it is 3C, cost, consequence, and chaos. It's a violation of the international norms and withdrawal from NPT, lead, sanctioned by United Nations, IAEA, NSG. So South Korea will be same. It's the same rogue state with like North Korea, both South and North Korea. It's not option. Heavy economic cost and US ROK alliance will weaken. So we have to pay more for our independently defense capability. So the answer is the Washington Declaration. So ROK committed, reaffirmed the NPT obligation and US ROK agreement cooperation, peaceful use nuclear energy. So to the pillar, deterrence, provided by the United States, and return, South Korea reaffirmed the commitment. So this kind of NCG, Nuclear Consultative Group, is implementing mechanism to for the Washington Declaration is going on. Now already 2 times, I think it's the first time. First meeting was held. So just to look, because time constraint, read the difference between the NATO members NPG and US ROK NCG. But the only difference, big difference is whether tactical nuclear weapons are deployed or not. In 5 European countries, now they have tactical nuclear weapons deployed by United States, but in South Korea, there's no tactical nuclear weapons. Why? It was 1966, those nuclear weapons were deployed before the NPT. That treaty was the entry into force. So there's a time gap. The United States has no intention and plan to deploy any tactical nuclear weapons. So the Yonhap News, they quite good summary about difference. So this is a very important statement by the US South Korean President Yoon. So South Korea has technology, but it's very complex equation of political economic area. We lose more the value and national interest. The domestic opinion, they do not take consideration of this fact. So Korea will respect NPT, not develop nuclear weapon. Instead, United States strengthens extended nuclear deterrence. This is the deal between the United States and South Korea. Now, they are working to strengthen extended deterrence through the NCG. This is first meeting in Seoul, and the visibility is the real gesture, the motion by the United States. They sent the Kentucky ballistic nuclear missile submarine in July. It was kept with the Trident 2 type of the SLBM. And B-1B was also sent to South Korea when North Korea test nuclear weapons, possible nuclear weapons, or the ICBM test. This is the photo. Two main strategic assets is SL submarine, ballistic, the missile submarine, and the B-1B nuclear bomber. The last conclusion is South Korea made a clear, definite commitment for NPT and US ROK, Civil Nuclear Energy Agreement. And South Korean people is not happy. So what else? So we have no difference. So what else South Korea can get from United States? This is a peaceful use of nuclear energy. This is my own belief, based on my experience working in long time in the foreign ministry. So we need to revise, amend that the US ROK nuclear energy agreement only for peaceful purpose. We have 25 nuclear plants in very small land, but we are importing that nuclear fuel from outside, 97%. And also after using that fuel, spent fuel is now stocked in the power plant. We have no place. So front end, back end, at least we need to enrich very low level to be used for power plant, less than 20%, and also the recycling. We call it the reprocessing, it's a pyroprocessing. It's not the military purpose. To recycle the spent fuel, this low enrichment pyroprocessing capability should be allowed by the United States. NPT Article 4 is clearly mentioned. This is a sovereign right. It's kind of inalienable right to make the use of the peacefully the nuclear energy, but it's not allowed by United States. So this is the kind of obstacle. So South Korea need to negotiate with. And in many other areas like chips, semiconductor, and battery, bio. So now nuclear area is low enrichment, and SMR, climate change, another area, and aerospace, as the United States and South Korea work together. NEREC is a very important education program to educate and enlighten next generation. South Korea also adopted a resolution, initiative by the South Korean delegation since 2019, use disarmament non-proliferation resolution every 2 years. So NEREC, I think, is number one. So academic program and group who promote this resolution to make a peaceful and nuclear-free world in the world and the international community. And the government side, as a GPS, global pivotal state, we are now working as actively as one of the middle power for nuclear disarmament non-proliferation under the group name of the Stockholm Group. So in conclusion, South Korea is developing nuclear energy only for peaceful purpose. South Korea, so we are going all the way nuclear-free world, the free Korean Peninsula, and we have concentrated our energy and our capability developing the peaceful commercial business like battery or semiconductor and other areas. But North Korea always now go the military purpose, nuclear weapons, ICBM, and other now even they developing nuclear kind of the drone system. So end result is quite clear. former Soviet Union, how that the empire was collapsed in 1990. So they invest more, most of their resources to the military side. Thank you very much.
Now we will have a discussion session, and we have rules here. And rule number 1 is please limit your question to 2 minutes at maximum. And keep closer the hand mic to you so that everybody can hear you. Would you raise your hand? Please point whom you are talking to. Okay? Yeah, please.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. Thank you all for really interesting discussions. My name is Yuil. I work as a policy fellow at APLN, and I have a question for Ambassador Shin, and I will just keep it very short. You said that South Korea has made a very clear commitment to the non-proliferation regime, especially, and you pointed out the Washington Declaration as the example of that. But wouldn't you agree, and I'm kind of begging the question, leading question here, but that the fact that they had to make that promise in the first place, where the kind of quid pro quo is so clear, doesn't that imply that in fact the South Korean commitment to the non-proliferation regime isn't actually that strong? Likewise, you actually I had a longer question, but I'll just leave it there. So, because I'm really curious about your thoughts on that. No, the last point I think I'll save it for later. But thanks.
Okay, Ms. Sethi, will you respond? Ambassador Shin.
I'm not quite sure I fully understand what your points and your questions, but there's the debate and controversy, even the South Korean, the governments, as well as the some different interest group and political parties. But in my sense, is the direction is about same, but the first condition is without nuclear weapons. And how to strengthen, how to build our nuclear capability on a peaceful purpose. So every 5 years, the most crucial, the fact is, so we have the different president, like United States and other the democratic countries. So continuity. So it can guarantee the maximum transparency. So we're not hiding something. So we need to only to produce the nuclear energy for the nuclear power plant. So in that area, you know, the many experts now participate today from KINAC, KERI, and KINS, and our agent ministries relating nuclear energy. So the United States now sees South Korea. So what will happen? After 4 years, after Yoon Suk-yeol governments. So even American scholars have the same view. So if they go back to another different path, that means the shutting down the nuclear power plant, and so continuity and continuation, so coherence and transparency, that is the very important element. But our commercial area, business circle is very excellent. So under the guidance and the South Korea policy, nuclear policy, and energy policy, they will follow, and they will use their every possible resources for their national, promoting national commercial interest. If I'm not correct, so I will talk later further. Thank you.
Dr. Giovanni, do you have a question? Yeah, coming over there.
Thank you so much. Hi, Shata, Francesca from Balfour. So nice seeing you again. Great project. I have a question for you. You talked about these 4 elements that define existential risk in the Indo-Pacific, and one of them is the anxiety over the US foreign policy in the future. But you describe 2 dynamics. One is the anxiety over entrapment. The US might be too bold and therefore trigger a war, and that will drag then countries in, but also a fear of abandonment. Can you say more about what is the problem with US policy that you have seen by talking to the Australians, the Japanese, and the Koreans? Thank you.
Jessica, lovely to see you. I think part of the issue stemmed from the Trump administration and the changes in terms of the relationship with alliances, the relationship with partners, not only in the Asia-Pacific region, but in Europe. The questioning of the US role as a partner, I think, had massive repercussions for relations with countries in both parts of the world, in Europe and in Asia. So I think it originally stemmed from there, but then with the changes, the dramatic changes in terms of the security environment with the war in Ukraine, threats by Russia in terms of nuclear weapons use, I think has really upended countries' thinking in terms of, what is acceptable behavior. The fact that we now have a major war in Europe is something that I think many countries didn't expect. And that changes the security dynamic and the security kind of considerations for countries, not only in Europe, but also in Asia, with concerns over China and North Korea, as I mentioned in my presentation. I think part of the concern about the abandonment over the US was the Trump factor, but also, like I said, these other developments, and making sure that the US kind of remained connected in the region was kind of an utmost priority for these countries. I think those are some of the main, the main points. But also, you've got to consider it might be politically expedient to use this concern about the US withdrawing or abandoning countries to try and further some other objectives. So, for instance, strengthening alliances or investing more in terms of kind of military capabilities or military presence. So I think there's 2 sides of that issue that one must consider when you're looking at how countries perceive the US and how they articulate their worries about the US abandoning them in either in Asia or in Europe.
This program is on air now through online network. I'll have 2 questions online. The coordinator of this program will speak out for the questions. Would you introduce the 2 questions? Okay.
네, 안녕하세요. 지금 온라인상으로 질문을 주신 서보영님이 여기 홀에 계신 걸로 생각이 돼서요. 혹시 직접 질문하고 싶으시면 Oh, yeah. So we've got 2 questions from Boyoung So, and I assume she's in this conference hall. So if you want to make a question by yourself, please raise your hand. And if you don't, I can read your question on behalf of you. So yeah, I will read the question. So the first, so Boyoung So is from EPSN department, and she raised 2 questions here. So the first one is, if you look at the 2 Koreas, they are firing missiles from time to time. And if there is a war in Asia in a few years, how can we deal with denuclearization for our country? Our country refers South Korea here. And the second question is, I think we should think again about how the world can cope with denuclearization, not just between the 2 Koreas. How do you see the situation in Taiwan and China? Russia and Ukraine have been at war for more than a year, and I wonder how the US and China are seeing denuclearization. Thank you.
The question is toward whom?
She didn't say.
Next station.
So
It's a little bit being delayed. Okay. Next session. Okay. Then please raise question from the floor.
Okay, maybe, yeah, now it works. Thank you for your insights. I am Sasha Simon, a visiting researcher from the EU Nonproliferation and Disarmament Consortium. I got a question to Professor Miller. You brought up the TPNW, and I would be curious to hear your opinion on the following. In the European context, there is increasing electoral pressures on NATO governments in favor of a TPNW. I'm aware of my own government. I'm German, who participated as an observer and a kickoff conference, and I think the Belgians and the Dutch are also involved in this. Not coincidentally, these are countries under the NATO nuclear sharing arrangement. So this exemplifies a mismatch, I think, between the public opinion, the electorate, and the government's strategic positions on these issues. And I would also argue that you can extend that to the Korean case, where there is a high approval rating of an independent nuclear deterrent in opposition to the official government position we just heard. So I would like to hear how you suggest to address this, because I think in the long term, these cannot be ignored. Thank you.
Well, the nuclear weapon states agree on very little in general. But one thing they agree on profoundly is that they hate the TPNW. And they've coordinated their responses. They've issued formal statements denouncing the TPNW, saying that they will not now nor will they ever join the TPNW, and also disclaiming that they reject any notion that the TPNW would come to be accepted as customary international law, and thereby applying even to states that are not parties to it. So then under those circumstances, the question arises, what's the point? The parties that really matter, the 9 holders of nuclear weapons, have no interest in this treaty whatsoever, quite the opposite. And there is a theory of effectiveness associated with the TPNW, and it gets right to the point that you make. It's about enhancing the contradictions within countries between the proponents and opponents of nuclear weapons. It's about forcing difficult problems on countries like those that you mentioned, the Dutch and the Belgians and so on. These are nuclear protected states. There are several dozen such states, all allies of the United States, and they have the dilemma that they believe their security is protected by American nuclear weapons on the one hand, and much of their publics oppose nuclear weapons on the other. And so there is an argument that is made by proponents of the TPNW that these kinds of contradictions will, across time, make it more and more difficult for the nuclear weapon states to defend their positions and to preserve what you might call game-winning coalitions in support of nuclear possession. So that's the vision. If you haven't, for example, looked at the work of Tom Sauer, Belgian, S-A-U-E-R, he has explicitly articulated this notion of what you might call normative suasion, that across time the TPNW will just gradually cause the accumulation of growing pressures on the nuclear weapon states that will make it more and more difficult for them to sustain their existing positions. So that, I think, is the dynamic that I see that's related to the questions that you arise. The most painful dilemmas are precisely for those states that have sympathy with the TPNW, but also enjoy the protection of American nuclear weapons.
Yes, I think it's a follow-up there. Professor Miller's. But from the perspective of South Korean government, it's just like kind of similar with the case of the Ottawa process and Oslo process. You know, the Ottawa is the anti-personnel landmine treaty convention, and Oslo is cluster munition, the disarmament treaty. So TPNW. So if the North Korea will be denuclearized and Korean Peninsula as a whole will be nuclear free and nuclear the free zone, so the case will be different. South Korea is ready to sign, but this time, you know, under the serious imminent threat, nuclear weapons from North Korea, without the nuclear deterrence and umbrella from the United States. So South Korea will not exist. That's the problem. And DMZ area, 2 million, the landmines. Without landmines, if we removed all, there's a free passage. North Korea can come down, crossing the DMZ. And cluster munition is a violation of the international humanitarian law, but now is provided by United States to Ukraine. So that's the real politics. And technically, when I was the Vienna, attending the IAEA Board of Governors meeting, so many members who support the TPNW, they insist the IAEA should play a role implementing the TPNW. But as I mentioned, NPT, UN Charter, NPT, IAEA, there's a legal agreement and connection. 3 pillars, they're working together. But the TPNW, no implementation treaty bodies or the verification mechanism. So IAEA cannot do anything because there's a legal basis, legal ground. So now the TPNW is now some still developing stage and progressing, but some kind of loopholes of their implementation process and mechanism, still a long way to go to be more effective to destroy. It's not banning. In the end, they like to destroy all weapons, nuclear weapons. P5 plus 4 countries, 9 countries, definitely they will not support. So if you see my presentation material, page 3, the exactly similar. So 100 out of 193, the UN members, 151 support TPNW, nuclear against, and 33 is the countries on the nuclear umbrella of United States and others, and 9 is the real nuclear weapon country. Thank you.
Do you have other questions? Over. Okay.
Good to see you. I'm Kwon Junho from KAIST. And I would like to ask a question to Professor Shin. So using today's morning session's topic, my question is, then what can we do with the still significantly high proportion of the domestic public opinion on the self-armament of South Korea? How do you see any role of the government, academia, or anyone else with the fact? And if I'm allowed to, I'd like to ask a same question to Dr. Steve Miller, especially from American or international perspective. Thank you.
Your question is reduce the armaments, or what is the? I'm not quite clear. So, the first questions.
Oh yeah. So my question was, so we see there's still significantly high public opinion to agree with the self-nuclear armament of South Korea. in spite of the nuclear umbrella from the United States. So how do you see, what can we do? How do we deal with the public opinion? Yeah.
Public opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so as I explained it through my presentation is so education or enlightenment. So this is definitely wrong answers. The cost is too high. So for example, it's now people now getting to understand more and more. So if South Korean economy will be cut off and sanctioned from international community, every year, as economists, they project about 20% of GDP, our national economy production will be reduced. So, you know, the 1997, the IMF financial crisis is more than maybe 10 times is economic damage, devastation. So that's why it's a crisis, but for the chaos. So in the street, many unemployed young generation will suffer. That's the outcomes of the international. North Korea and Iran under sanction, so young generation, youngsters, they lose their jobs. So no employment, almost the 60% unemployment rate in Iran. That's one of the main causes why Iran agreed that JCPOA under pressure from public opinion. So I think the education and some kind of the program to enlighten global citizenship and the factual teaching on the nuclear armament issue. So this is crucial. So it takes time. In return, I said, we have to get benefit from United States or others. So that is the peaceful use of nuclear energy. If we get more benefit and some incentives from United States, so our right to to enrich low-level uranium enrichment, and at the same time the pyroprocessing, we can address many the spent fuel programs. Very small land state now, South Korea is no place to further store and stock spent fuel. So the efforts by the government as well as the civil societies and the academicians is crucial. But at the same time, next 4 years is very crucial, important time, and the next generation, another next generation, should continue the same policy for the denuclearization and non-proliferation at the same time. The peaceful use of nuclear energy is very vital agenda for the government side too. Sorry.
So the question was directed at me from the perspective of the United States, and I would make 2 points. First is that the United States has a long, demonstrable historical record of working hard to discourage, oppose, and stop the efforts of friends and allies to acquire nuclear weapons. We damaged our relations with the French while discouraging them from pursuing nuclear weapons. There's now extensive historical documentation about the German, the earlier South Korean, the Taiwanese cases. In fact, in the more recent historiography of the nuclear age, for example, the work of Frank Gavin, there's an argument that says the United States had not one core geostrategic principle during the Cold War, that is containing the Soviet Union, but actually 2 core grand strategic principles, the second one being stopping proliferation. And this is a strong thread that runs through the history of the nuclear age. So this is an issue that will get the attention of Washington. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is Washington has noticed that there's lots of interest in South Korea in acquiring nuclear weapons, And I think that Ambassador Shin very nicely described the initial response, which is Washington's efforts to redouble the credibility of extended deterrence, right? That's the best way to reassure our friends that they don't need nuclear weapons of their own, is by making them confident that they can rely on the American security guarantee. So the Washington Declaration, the invitations by Biden, the visits of the ballistic missile submarines, all of this is an effort to make South Korea comfortable with the existing nuclear realities on the Korean Peninsula. If South Korea were to proceed nevertheless, I think we would see very significant alterations in American policy to try and stop that. And I think that's part of what Ambassador Shin means when he says the costs would be too high. In past cases, the United States has confronted friends and allies and basically said, you can have nuclear weapons or you can have an American security guarantee, but you cannot have both. And in every instance in which that choice has been posed, the states in question chose the American security guarantee rather than unilateral pursuit of nuclear weapons.
Professor Im Man-sung, you have a question?
This question goes to Professor Hastings. Your talk pointed out a very important loophole in the international regime that maybe Southeast Asia or some of the developing countries remain uncommitted to export control or non-proliferation in some aspects, and that could potentially become a concern in the future as many of the developing countries want to develop nuclear power, nuclear capabilities, and etc., latent nuclear capabilities, and etc. So do you have any suggestions on how the global community or nuclear non-proliferation or global community or security community should work together to address this issue systematically or effectively?
I think ironically, the solution, especially from my vantage point now in Southeast Asia, is to maximize the nuclear cooperation for peaceful purposes with Southeast Asian countries, right? So why are Southeast Asian countries in particular often wary of strategic trade controls? Because they're worried that it's actually keeping them from technical and economic development, right? But if you sort of have a situation where you're actually helping them, where you're sort of saying, well, here's some buy-in for you, as they develop nuclear energy and as they sort of develop peaceful uses of nuclear materials, then you can see a situation where it might be in their own best interest to contribute to strategic trade controls. You can also see a situation where they sort of realize and sort of have come to the conclusion that abiding by sort of many of the sort of what you might call sort of extra safeguard sort of non-proliferation regulations is not actually stopping them from sort of economic and technical development. I mean, that's their main concern. So I think sort of ironically, the way forward is by actually increasing cooperation and increasing the ease with which you're sort of cooperating with developing countries in developing peaceful uses of nuclear energy.
Okay, let me conclude this meeting, this morning's session, and by saying this, and I think the reason why I founded the Korea Nuclear Policy Society back in 2012, 1 year before the NEREC's launch, was that we don't have much knowledge about NPT, even though the North Korea is beginning to violate NPT. So how can we base our policy, nuclear policy or non-nuclear policy, based on very strategically calculated reasoning? So after 4 years after our launch of Korea Nuclear Policy Society, some people, expert group, approached me to ask whether Korea Nuclear Policy Society is proposing developing nuclear weapons. So I said, no, it's not. But this episode is reflecting our reality on the Korean Peninsula. But I think as a advanced country and well-informed, well-educated people in Korea cannot follow the suit of North Korea, the rogue state. So as a footnote to Dr. John Bach's presentation, he said North Korea Incorporated. No, that's not true. There is no North Korea Incorporated. That's Kim family's household firm only exists. For the benefit of their household, they develop nuclear weapons in violation of an NPT, and also at the cost of most North Korean people's happiness and well-being. So we cannot follow North Korea, the backward state. And in maintaining NPT regime, I think we should know ourselves, NPT regime holders, as opposed to knowing themselves who are violating NPT regime very well. I think in doing that, I think we need to persuade nuclear weapon states of the NPT member countries. At the same time, the UN Security Council's permanent members, they have to keep with positive security assurance and the negative security assurance, which have been backbone of the NPT regime. If they violate, NPT, nuclear weapon states violate positive security assurances and the negative security assurances, there's no room for the NPT regime to, exist. So in that connection, we should alarm Russia and China to take charge of responsibility as a nuclear weapon state to hold the NPT regime. And also, we need to dissuade North Korea to abandon nuclear weapons. I think on this issue, this afternoon's session will follow. So with that, I'll conclude with a big round of applause this morning's successful session. Thank you very much.
So let me briefly introduce our session chair for the next session, Mr. Min-Soo Kim from KINAC. He is the director of the Center for Nonproliferation Strategy and Technology. Currently serves as advisory member for disarmament and non-proliferation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also nuclear verification of the arms control verification in the Ministry of Defense for the Republic of Korea. Mr. Min-Soo Kim is a graduate of Hanyang University for his bachelor's and master's degree. Let's welcome Chair Min-Soo Kim.
Thank you, Professor Lim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished participants. I'm Min-Soo Kim, a director for Center for Nuclear Non-Proliferation Strategy and Technology at KINAC. With so many distinguished participants at this conference, it is with great honor and excitement that I stand before you as a chairman of this momentous session. I hope this session will be a great opportunity to share our ideas and for dealing with North Korean nuclear issue in nuclear non-proliferation regime. In this session, we will discuss North Korea's nuclear issue, one of the threats to the international nuclear non-proliferation regime. As you know, the North Korean nuclear issue has been an issue for a very long time. Although the international community has made great efforts but the threat continues to escalate. Despite the long-standing threat, discussion on the North Korean nuclear issue have diverged in interest depending on political factors. I think North Korean nuclear issue is one of the issue that requires continuous attention and discussion. So I hope that this session will provide an opportunity to gather our wisdom here with continued attention. As the first order of the session, we will listen to the keynote speech by Professor Victor Cha of CSIS. Victor Cha joined CSIS in May 2009, and he is currently Senior Vice President of Asia and Korea Chair at CSIS. Also, he is Vice Dean and DS Song KF Professor of Government in the School of Foreign Service and Department of Government at Georgetown University. He was appointed in 2021 by Biden administration to serve on the Defense Policy Board in an advisory role to the Secretary of Defense. We have the privilege of welcoming a preeminent expert in the field of international relations and security study, Professor Victor Cha, who will grace us with his invaluable insights as our esteemed keynote speaker. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Victor Cha as eagerly await the enriching discourse he will present today. Professor Victor Cha, you have the floor, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. And I'm very honored to participate in the 2023 KINAC NEREC Conference on Nuclear Nonproliferation. I'm sorry that I cannot join you in person as I am in the United States right now. But it really is an honor to be able to speak to this very distinguished group of young scholars. And I look forward to having a discussion with all of you. So I was asked to speak on sort of the challenge of North Korea's nuclear proliferation and the challenges it poses to the non-proliferation treaty regime. These days in Washington, D.C., all the focus is not really on North Korea, it's on China and Taiwan if it's not on Ukraine. And North Korea kind of falls by the wayside, which is itself a problem. And it's a problem for those of us who worry about North Korean proliferation. But probably from North Korea's perspective, it's a good thing, and for reasons that I'll discuss later. But I thought I'd start off with the proposition that the North Korean nuclear challenge ultimately may represent the failure of the non-proliferation treaty regime. Now, that may be a blasphemous thing to say at a conference on nuclear non-proliferation, but I state it not because it's something that I want to happen, but it's because it's something that I worry about very much. As many of you know, North Korea is the only country to actually withdraw from the non-proliferation treaty regime as a member. Of course, there are other states that have gone nuclear, including Pakistan and India. But of course, Pakistan and India were never really true members of the non-proliferation treaty regime. There are cases of tacit acceptance of nuclear states, India and Pakistan being two of them, Israel being another. And there also have been successes of the non-proliferation treaty regime when we look at countries like South Africa, Libya, and also South Korea in the 1970s. But North Korea really could be remembered as the only case where there was outright global opposition to their nuclear weapons, and non-proliferation treaty regime opposition to their weapons. And yet, in spite of that, they defied all opposition, still went ahead, and have been very successful in terms of the development of their nuclear weapons program and their ballistic missile program. So this is why I say, in spite of all of these odds, and there not being the sort of exceptions we've seen in the past in the NPT treaty regime, either countries that have broken out nuclear in a nuclear fashion but were never in the regime, or tacit acceptance. North Korea arguably is a case of its own. It's sui generis in that sense. And its success in developing these weapons ultimately could be the failure of the hardest test for the NPT regime to keep the nuclear genie in the bottle. All of you know that on July 12th, North Korea tested a Hwasong-18 intercontinental ballistic missile, which we'll talk more about in a second. We are all still awaiting their 7th nuclear test. But again, at least in Washington, probably less so the case in Seoul, but certainly in Washington and around the world, this is not getting a lot of attention. When North Korea tested the Hwasong-18 on July 12th, there was hardly any coverage of it here in the United States. The focus was on things like the NCG, the first meeting of the Nuclear Consultative Group, or it was on the movement across the military demarcation line by a U.S. military soldier, Travis King. These were the things that got attention, and the Hwasong-18 test, which was quite significant, did not get any attention. As somebody who worries about nuclear non-proliferation, that's a big concern, whether we're talking about governments, the UN, or the media, not paying a lot of attention to it. But from North Korea's perspective, this is probably something that they want very much. This is very much in line with North Korea's strategy, a strategy that one could call basically one of creeping socialization, right? Basically creeping socialization to get the world to tacitly accept North Korea as a nuclear weapon state. The use of repeated crises, repeated brinksmanship, repeated testing and demonstrations, the persistence of this despite sanctions, despite political condemnation, all has the purpose of creating a de facto acceptance and socialization of the world to North Korea's nuclear weapons, a de facto acceptance of them. And the lack of outrage, the lack of international outrage and international response to the Hwasong-18 test is a good example of what North Korea is trying to achieve. The world is distracted by the war in Ukraine. They're distracted by the situation with regard to China and China-Taiwan, economic security, supply chains, de-risking, and North Korea kind of falls by the wayside because it's another missile test. It's another nuclear test. And we've kind of lost a sense of urgency on this, which is very troubling, but which is exactly what North Korea is hoping for and looking for. So the question is, how did we end up in this situation? How did this happen? Why today do I start out with such a depressing statement about where we are? You know, how did this happen? Why have the negotiations over the years to denuclearize North Korea, why has it failed? Well, first I would say it's not for lack of trying. My own view is that if you look across US administrations for the past 35 years, whether they are Democratic or Republican administrations, if you look across all of them, there is a fairly consistent policy by the United States with regard to North Korea's denuclearization. The policies have used different words. They've been packaged in different ways. The negotiations have been done in different formats. But if you distill what are sort of the key components of the US strategy for denuclearization, there is remarkable consistency across administrations. Successive administrations have criticized the previous administration's policies, things of that nature. But again, if you distill what each administration was trying to do, there's remarkable consistency. First, the goal, of course, is the first sort of consistency is that the goal is complete denuclearization of North Korea. And this, I think, will continue to be the goal of US policy, even if people don't think it's possible. I don't imagine that the United States government officially would ever move off the goal of complete denuclearization of North Korea. So I think that's the first consistency. The second is that there has been a package of incentives that have been provided to North Korea, again, in different forms, in different formats, at different stages in the negotiation, the timing, format, but in the end, the package is remarkably consistent, and that is energy assistance, food assistance, security guarantees, economic assistance, political normalization, right? All of those things in return for denuclearization. So whether you're talking about, and we will talk about the agreed framework, six-party talks, the Leap Day deal, the Trump summit diplomacy, there's remarkable consistency in terms of what the US has put on offer for denuclearization. The third consistency, I think, across all of these 35 years of US efforts to denuclearize North Korea is that it has largely focused on the nuclear weapons, of course, and has largely ignored three things. And that is the conventional military threat from North Korea, the short, medium, and long-range missile program, and human rights. Right? Those are sort of three elements that have consistently dropped off the U.S. negotiating agenda for North Korea across 35 years of efforts at doing this. And then the fourth, of course, the fourth consistency is that none of this has worked. That each administration, like the one previous to it, has failed in terms of trying to accomplish denuclearization. Again, many different formats have been used, bilateral formats, trilateral formats, four-party talks, six-party talks. Different levels of negotiations have taken place, everything from the working level. When we say working level, we're talking about sort of director general level, assistant secretary level, all the way up to summit diplomacy, as we know, with Trump and Kim Jong-un. So many different formats, everything from bilateral to six-party, many different levels, everything from working level to summitry. None of this has worked in the end. But I'd like to just review sort of the what I think are the three most important efforts that have taken place over the past 35 years in terms of denuclearizing North Korea. The first of these happened in the mid-1990s, early to mid-1990s, during the Clinton administration. This was something, as you all know, that was the 1994 agreed framework. Of course, there were efforts by the United States before the agreed framework, something called the modest proposal the Reagan and then George H.W. Bush administration. But the first really substantive negotiation on denuclearization happened in the early to mid 1990s and culminated in the agreed framework. The agreed framework was a bilateral negotiation between the United States and the DPRK, with South Korea sort of sitting on the sidelines. They were consulted. They were always consulted in the course of negotiations, but this was a U.S. DPRK bilateral negotiation that kept South Korea on the sidelines, which did have the effect of achieving one of North Korea's goals, which is not to discuss denuclearization or nuclearization of the Korean Peninsula with South Korea. That their goal is to have this be a U.S. DPRK negotiation, but not one involving South Korea, despite South Korea's efforts to be part of that negotiation. The lead negotiations for this were Robert Gallucci, my colleague at Georgetown University, who previously was dean at Georgetown and still teaches at Georgetown. And at that time, Kang Seok-ju, who's now passed away, but Kang Seok-ju was his main interlocutor. But there were many others who were involved in the agreed framework that later became veterans of U.S. DPRK negotiations and dialogue going forward. On the North Korean side, people like Kim Gae-kwan, Choi Sun-hee. On the U.S. side, people like Gary Seymour, Danny Russell, were all people that were involved in the agreed framework and later would remain veterans of these negotiations. The agreed framework essentially offered a freeze of the Yongbyon nuclear facility, right, the primary facility at North Korea, a freeze of the Yongbyon nuclear facility in return for shipments of heavy fuel oil to North Korea. And the premise behind heavy fuel oil energy shipments was the notion that the North Koreans were foregoing energy production by closing the Yongbyon facility, and therefore the world, the United States, had to compensate North Korea for the energy that they were foregoing. The reality, of course, is that North Korea never intended the Yongbyon nuclear facility to be for the production of civil nuclear energy, that it was always meant to be a plutonium production facility for fissile material for nuclear weapons. Nevertheless, that was the core of the deal that was made. Of course, there were other broader aspirations to politically normalize relations, to economically normalize relations, to lift sanctions, and to provide, in the end, 2 light water reactors to North Korea for civil nuclear energy production in return for complete dismantlement of the facility. In the end, this negotiation failed, or the deal failed. I mean, there was a negotiation, there was an agreement. It was implemented for a while, and then the deal failed. North Korea says that the deal failed because the U.S. in the end didn't live up to the terms of the agreement. And while it is true that for a variety of reasons, the United States was late with some of the heavy fuel oil shipments to North Korea, it never defaulted on those shipments. It was late on some of those shipments, but it never defaulted on those shipments. Nevertheless, the U.S. said that North Korea has said that the failure was because the U.S. did not live up to its side of the agreement. The U.S. side explanation is that the agreement failed in the end because North Korea was covertly making purchases on the international market that was consistent with the building of a second covert uranium-based enrichment program for the purpose of making nuclear weapons through another different format. So the U.S. argument is that North Korea the U.S. argument is the U.S. may have been late in terms of some of the terms it was supposed to do for the agreement, but North Korea was violating the agreement, was violating both the spirit and the letter of the law in the agreement. It is worth noting that the agreed framework did, while the Yongbyon nuclear facility was never completely shut down. Of course, North Korea reopened it, continued to reprocess plutonium from that facility. The agreed framework did stop what had then been under construction of the what many believe to be a 50 and a 200 megawatt, a 50 megawatt reactor and a 200 megawatt reactor. The Yongbyon facility is a 5 megawatt reactor. So the agreed framework was successful in stopping construction of the 50 and the 200 megawatt reactor. And that still, of course, remains to be the case. The next real effort at a substantive negotiation in terms of denuclearization was something called the six-party talks. That was something that I participated in as the U.S. White House representative to those negotiations. The format of this negotiation was multilateral, the six-party talks being the United States, the two Koreas, Japan, Russia, and China. This was a deliberate effort by the United States to move the North Korean negotiation from a bilateral format to a multilateral one. The reasons for this were first, the view that North Korea's nuclear weapons were not simply a U.S. problem. They were a problem for the region. They were something that engaged the security interests of other major countries in Northeast Asia, not just the United States. Second, there was a view that the format should be changed to a six-party format to prevent North Korean tactics in terms of trying to divide and split allies or others by having them all at the table at the same time, rather than allowing North Korea to tell different stories to different parties. Third, there was a realization that any sort of agreement with North Korea would by necessity require South Korean and Japanese participation. And therefore, South Korea and Japan needed to be at the negotiating table as well. And then fourth, there was the view that a bilateral negotiation between the United States and North Korea that did not entail serious cooperation from the two countries with the most material influence on North Korea, that being China and Russia, was a formula that was not going to work. That it was very important to have China and Russia at the table as well, rather than sitting on the sidelines because of all the influence that they exercise over North Korea. And so for that reason, the six-party talks was formed. It took some work at the beginning, as some of you who know the history know. It started out trilaterally with the United States, North Korea, and China, but eventually moved to a six-party format. The six-party format that was hosted by China. It was very important to have China as the host, and China willingly took up the position as the host. They thought it was important because it was an important statement of their leadership in the region, in East Asia. The United States thought it was important because it was very important to have Chinese face and Chinese reputation involved in the success of these talks. And China also, when as a host of the six-party talks, that also meant that in all the drafting of the agreements and the working documents, China held the pen, right? And in any negotiation, when you hold the pen, you exercise a lot of influence because everybody is responding to the draft that you wrote rather than writing their own drafts. The initial agreement of the six-party talks was something called the September 2005 Joint Statement. There were subsequent agreements as well, but the September 2005 Joint Statement, I think, is important for four reasons. The first is that it was a document in which North Korea agreed on paper in front of all the other countries, United States, Japan, South Korea, China, and Russia. North Korea agreed on paper to abandon all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs. And that phrase was very important: all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs. North Korea had never agreed to that in writing in any other place up until the September 2005 joint statement. In addition, the phrase existing nuclear programs was also important because for the other members of the six-party talks, existing nuclear programs was the reference to the uranium enrichment program. It was very difficult to have a conversation with North Korea about the uranium enrichment program because they denied that the program existed. They said, we have no idea what you're talking about. And so it's hard to have a negotiation with somebody when they deny that something doesn't exist. But the United States, Japan, South Korea were insistent on North Korea acknowledging in some fashion that that the abandonment of nuclear weapons did not simply only refer to the plutonium program, but also the uranium program. So in the end, the phrasing that the Chinese came up with was existing nuclear programs, which of course didn't say covert uranium program, but it was the closest that one could get. And so that language was actually quite significant. Second reason the September 2005 joint statement was important is because it contained a negative security assurance from the United States to North Korea, in which the United States said that it will not attack North Korea with nuclear or conventional weapons. This is again was a very significant statement. It was a statement that the United States would not give to, for example, the Soviet Union. There was a statement. Sorry, that's my dog barking. It was a statement that the United States would not give to the Soviet Union during the Cold War. And it was meant to address North Korea's claim that the United States had a hostile policy, and therefore North Korea pursued nuclear weapons. In negotiations, we always asked the North Koreans to define the elements of US hostile policy. They would never do that. We asked them to define it because if you tell us exactly what you consider to be the elements of US hostile policy, we will see what we can do to address those issues. But they would never enumerate for us what the elements of that hostile policy was, except the concern about a US attack. So the six-party talks had this very clear statement that this negative security assurance that the United States would not attack North Korea with nuclear and conventional weapons. The third element that I think is important about the six-party talks and denuclearization is that it had arguably gone through the first, second, and third stages of denuclearization. First, second, and third stages of denuclearization, which had not been achieved to that date by the previous agreement. And what I mean by the three stages is when we think about denuclearization, we think about it in three stages. One is the first part is the freeze. When you freeze the operations at the reactor. Then something called disablement, where you don't just freeze the operations, you remove key components, or you make it so that the reactor cannot operate by simply turning on a switch. And then dismantlement, which is the last part. So if you think about it in terms of your hand phone, freeze would basically mean turning off your hand phone, like your parents want to get you off your phone, the first thing they can do is freeze your use, which is to make you turn off the phone. The second stage of disablement would be to not just freeze your phone, but to take the battery out of the phone. That would be disablement, so that it's no longer usable unless you put the battery back in. And then the third and the most extreme phase would be disablement. Dismantlement, where you not only take the battery out, but you destroy the chip, so that the phone is no longer usable. With the steps in the six-party talks, went through freeze, went to disablement in terms of the Yongbyon reactor, and then of course also went to dismantlement in terms of the collapsing of the cooling tower, the iconic cooling tower at Yongbyon, the explosion destruction of the cooling tower. And then the fourth thing that's, I think, important about the six-party talks and the joint statement was that the joint statement and the implementations pursuant to it were all built upon a number of UN Security Council resolutions that Russia and China signed on to. A number of unanimous UN Security Council resolutions with regard to North Korea that Russia and China signed on to, which was a major accomplishment at the time. I think in part it was because Russia and China were brought into the six-party talks. And of course, when we think about it in today's framework, which I'll talk about, this is something we do not have today. But it was a very significant step at the time. The six-party talks also failed in the end. I think there is both an academic and a policy debate is continuing today that is ongoing today about why the six-party talks failed. In the end, it failed. There is one view that the failure was due to North Korea being unable to move on to the fourth stage of denuclearization, which is not just freeze, disablement, dismantlement. The fourth stage is declaration, right? And that when it came to a declaration of all of North Korea's nuclear weapons and nuclear capabilities, they were unwilling to give a credible, real declaration that would then be verified. Before that would be removed from the country, that they were unwilling to take that step. That is one possible explanation. The other is that the implementation of the six-party talks, the failure of implementation of the six-party talks coincided with Kim Jong-il having a massive stroke. I think it was in August of 2008. We did not know about the stroke until months later, but some believe that also had something to do with the six-party talks failing. The next phase was of North Korea's denuclearization story was during the Obama administration. There really wasn't much of a sustained negotiation that took place during this time. There was a very brief agreement known as the Leap Day deal. But what I think we really saw during the Obama administration was the use and proliferation of so-called smart sanctions against North Korea, financial sanctions, treasury listings of companies and individuals. This was something that started in the previous administration. The first of these being the sanction known as Banco Delta Asia. That was the first of sort of the smart sanctions used against North Korea, but we really saw a proliferation of that during the Obama administration. not a lot of efforts at diplomacy after the failure of the Leap Day deal. And that then takes us to the Trump administration, where I would argue that Trump tried two different paths towards denuclearization. The first was the use of military force, and the second was, Trump being Trump. There were two extremes. One path was to use military force. The other was to use summit diplomacy. Trump started with the idea of using military force. This was something known as the bloody nose. Some of you may remember this in 2017, 2018. The theory behind the bloody nose was the idea of you basically punch the bully in the nose to try to make him listen and to show that you're serious. That was the theory. And the idea was that the United States would carry out a limited military strike against North Korea, basically give Kim Jong-un a bloody nose to make him understand that the Trump administration was serious, and to force the North Koreans into a negotiation to give up their nuclear weapons. The bloody nose theory rested on the assumption that North Korea would not retaliate to a limited military strike because it assumed that North Korea would be rationally deterred. Even if they were militarily struck by the United States, they would be rationally deterred because Kim Jong-un would know that to escalate by responding would lead to the end of his regime, and therefore he would be rationally deterred. In my mind, there was always a major logical flaw in this argument because for decades prior, the United States had always assumed that there was a degree of unpredictability and irrationality to North Korean policy and North Korean leaders. And therefore, it was my view that to suddenly state a military strike on North Korea on the 100% presumption that North Korea would be rationally deterred was to me not logical, and risked a war on the Korean Peninsula. And so, as some of you know, I didn't think that was a good idea, and I spoke out about it. And for that reason, I did not end up joining the Trump administration. At any rate, after the failure of the bloody nose idea, Trump then moved to summit diplomacy. Again, you will know this well. There were 3 summits that took place between Trump and Kim Jong-un in Singapore, in Hanoi, and then in Panmunjom. These summits were accompanied with lots of theatrics. Trump at the DMZ, crossing over into North Korea, being the first American president, sitting American president to cross into North Korea. There was an agreement reached in Singapore, a very simple 4-point statement reached at Singapore, the Singapore Declaration. But in the end, Trump had 3 summits with North Korea, and it failed to denuclearize North Korea. Why did it fail? I think there are probably 3 reasons. There are probably more, but I would say 3 reasons. The first, I think, was this was a case where neither side was really fully prepared for their leaders to carry out a negotiation with regard to denuclearization at the summit level. Neither Kim Jong-un nor Donald Trump were prepared for a negotiation. And that was one of the reasons that it failed when each side responded negatively to the other side's opening position or opening diplomatic position. Neither side was ready to negotiate, and that's one of the reasons it failed. The other is, I think, that both leaders were badly misinformed about the ease with which it could get a deal with the other side. Trump being Trump. I don't know if he was badly misinformed or he just didn't listen to his staff. Thought that it would be easy to get a deal with the North Korean leaders simply by promising him that hotels and casinos would be built in North Korea, other sorts of silly things like that. I think the North Korean leader was also misinformed in believing that Trump's domestic troubles at the time would make him desperate for a deal with North Korea, and that this would be easy for him to do. Third, I think the South Korean government also assumes some responsibility for the failure of these summits, in the sense that they pushed for a process to take place that would lead to a summit meeting before the situation was ripe, before either side was ready. Both sides were badly misinformed. But my personal view is the Moon government had its own agenda in terms of doing this, and therefore pushed and facilitated and pushed to have this much earlier than either side was ready for. And so in the end, this failed. So let me just conclude by saying where I think we are now. First, it's very clear that North Korea is on a missile rampage right now. Again, July 12th just being the latest. These missile demonstrations are taking place at a time when the Biden administration has been spectacularly unsuccessful at opening a dialogue channel with North Korea. And this combination of missile testing and no dialogue is a bad combination. Because historically, when the United States and DPRK are not in dialogue, the situation just continues to escalate. The situation escalates because there is no dialogue. The situation also escalates because North Korea reacts to US military exercises, and the level of exercising is just getting higher and higher by the US, Japan, and Korea. So that is a spiral. We're kind of caught in a spiral right now, a negative insecurity spiral. Second, in addition to that negative insecurity spiral, North Korea remains still pretty much locked down. I mean, clearly they're opening to China and Russia a little bit now, but aside from that, they're still pretty locked down and isolated even more than they normally are. Part of this has to do with COVID, but part of it also has to do, I think, with the hangover from Singapore, in the sense that North Korea, there is nobody in the North Korean system right now after the failure at Hanoi and the 3 summits with Trump. There is nobody in the North Korean system that is willing to stick their neck out and say, yeah, we should get into another negotiation with the United States because of the terrible failure that Kim Jong-un experienced. Third, the bad state of relations between the United States and China also make it very difficult to move forward in terms of North Korea, because China has expressly said they're not going to help the United States when it comes to North Korea because of the state of US-China relations. I know many people in the United States believe China's help is important because China can put sanctions on North Korea to try to get them to the table. But I think the reality is that it's really not Chinese sanctions, but Chinese incentives that really bring North Korea back to the table. But they're not willing to do any of that right now. And then fourth, of course, the bad state of US-Russia relations and the growing closeness between Russia and DPRK. Evident most recently by Shoigu's visit to Pyongyang for the V-Day celebrations, but also I think, and we're writing something on this now, I think there's a lot of missile cooperation that's taking place between Russia and North Korea that's very, very worrying. So with that, I think, the challenges really are sort of cut out for us here. Especially this notion that Putin may be using North Korea as a way to get at Biden over support for the war in Ukraine. This is a very complex situation. The pieces of the puzzle have changed a lot since the six-party talks and even Trump summit diplomacy. And it's going to take really a lot of work to sort of get out of the current situation. So I've gone on longer than I should. Let me just stop here and return it to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Cha. Thank you for your insightful speech with your experience and opinions through the history of the North Korean nuclear negotiations. Now we will invite three experts to discuss the technical issue of the North Korean nuclear issue and the policy and measures to be considered and moving forward. So for the reference, since this conference is also held online at the same time, so if you leave any questions or comments about the expert's presentation in the chatting room, and the conference staff will collect them and deliver them on your behalf. So as the first presenter, we will invite Mr. Robert Kelly. It's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished first speaker for our session. We are honored to have with us Mr. Robert Kelly, leading expert in the field of arms control and non-proliferation, representing the CPRI. He is a veteran of over 35 years in the US DOE nuclear weapon complex, most recently at Los Alamos. He was also seconded by the United States DOE to the IAEA, where he served as director of the nuclear inspection in Iraq in 1992 and again in 2001. With a career spanning decades in the nuclear industry and as a former director of IAEA, I'm sure Mr. Robert Kelly will bring unparalleled expertise to our discussion. Let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Robert Kelly as we eagerly anticipate the enlightening perspectives he will share with us today. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Minso. I appreciate the invitation to be here today in Seoul, and to KINAC for having this. Yesterday we also had another seminar, so that was fun as well. Thank you, Yanhwa and Ho-jung, for the nice arrangements that you've made for this meeting. I would like to stress, it was in my bio there, but although I'm associated with CPRI, and many of you have come up and talked to me about CPRI, I'm a fellow at CPRI, I'm not an employee, and so I work with them a lot, but my history in the world has primarily been in the University of California Nuclear Weapons Laboratories and at the IAEA. So that is a little different, and my interests here are very, very much technical. It seems to me that what we've seen what we've seen from this recent revelation about the Hwasan-31 warhead, that we're on an interesting plateau. We've learned a lot of information, and while in the intelligence business we tend to whine about not having enough information, we're in a state right now on DPRK where we can make a lot of conclusions, make a lot of guesses, and feel reasonably confident about those guesses. The events here are primarily driven by the fact that the chair of the crime family north of here likes to be taking photographs with warheads and see what he can say about them. There are not only the warheads, but posters in the background. And so we can make a lot of estimates about size, weight, and the capability of the nuclear warhead itself. And that's what I'd like to talk about. In this particular case, we see the chair standing next to some of these warheads, looking at them. This is, I think, about the fourth revelation of him standing with some apparently live units, which we're going to, for the moment, agree that are probably real. And we can then judge the size and the weight and things like that.
I mean, one of the things that we can see here is that this warhead is clearly not thermonuclear. From the dimensions of it, it is not a thermonuclear warhead. Therefore, we know it's fission. We know it's implosion because it can't be a gun-assembled weapon in that particular size. So we've already learned a lot about their program. In particular, I think what we're seeing here is that the designs of possible warheads in DPRK are converging on simplicity. There's not going to be a lot of variety in the warheads that they have, and in particular for one reason, and that is they haven't done very much testing. If you don't have very much testing, then you don't have very much confidence in the things that you're building. This standardized thing, I believe, is based on the middle 3 nuclear tests. Now, when you have something that your country's, in this case, they believe their country is dependent on survival of these warheads, you want some tests. And those 3 tests in the middle are the ones that look like their weaponization. The first 2 were probably some sort of physics test, learning how to do things, and they could still be models for some small plutonium warhead. But tests 3, 4, and 5 had very similar yields and represent what would look like someone trying to weaponize and to modernize and to come up with something that he can build multiple copies of. The 6th nuclear test was very different, and we'll talk about that separately. It's a thermonuclear device of a completely different design. And I must admit, I was interested this morning to see a reference with a question mark to a possible 7th nuclear test, which some of us believe may have taken place, but it was probably a failure. It was extremely small, but some detection of that happened. In this case, the testing experience then gives you the idea that this warhead might be about 15 kilotons, it'd be in that range, because the first test 3 and 4 were about there. Test 5 was a little bigger, and that bothers me, but that could very well be that the test 5 had something to do with an idea about boosting. It will fit into many of these modern systems that have been decided. In fact, in the revelation of the standardized warhead, 6 systems were mentioned, and they were solid-fueled rockets for the most part, and 1 drone torpedo. So that is consistent with what this warhead could do and what kind of tactical systems it could be used against targets, primarily in East Asia. I would guess that the nuclear portion, not the whole steel package there, but the part that is nuclear, the high explosive and all, weighs about 45 kilograms. And I'm guessing it's not tritium boosted, just because it would be foolish to base your entire stockpile on something that was tritium boosted. Tritium is a material that decays very rapidly. You have to produce it more all the time. And if you have reactors making it, in this case, potentially 1 reactor, that's very, very vulnerable. And the reactor is extremely old. So I don't think it's tritium boosted. And it allows me to make one other comment, Steve, and that was, I think one of the reasons Ukraine gave up their weapons was they didn't have any tritium, and the Soviet weapons were no longer working by the time of the Budapest Memorandum. They had to give them up. They had no way to produce tritium or to recycle the tritium that they had. So that's a technical person's view of the diplomacy of the Ukraine situation. I show this here because this is an enrichment plant in the Soviet Union, now Russia. And if you had walked into this plant at any time in the past, you could see the outside of those machines, but you don't know what's on the inside. Those little cylinders are the casings that contain a spinning rotor that does the uranium enrichment. In this particular building, there are a lot of them there, maybe 1 million as you go down that long, long corridor. And the Soviet Union had many, many of these things. But the really important thing is they never changed the outside of the design. So if you walked into the plant and you saw the outside, you wouldn't know if it was the old original aluminum rotors or whether they were the modern carbon fiber rotors or some of the designs in between. So seeing the outside of a centrifuge does not tell you what's on the inside. The ones there originally started off as small subcritical aluminum rotors, and over the years the rotors were replaced but the outside stayed the same. That's important when we try to estimate how much uranium the DPRK has. What they're probably doing is information that they have obtained from other places and have expanded from Khan of Pakistan and other sources. But I think that what we'll find is that DPRK is very likely moved on to carbon fiber. The technology that AQ Khan supplied starting about 1998 was aluminum. They were the old P1 machines, and they were very, very poor quality. But as time went on, Pakistan, by 1998, was running carbon fiber machines themselves and may very well have passed on that information. In particular, something that you may not see in much of the literature because things don't get published is that Khan was offering this old technology, but Khan had information as late as 1993 on the uranium program in Urenco. So he had a pipeline into Urenco in 1993 that started with his pipeline in 1973. One of the things that we know, for example, is that the South Africans were manufacturing rig magnets in 1993 for the centrifuges that Khan was building. This information doesn't get out because some people, for example, the IAEA doesn't document that kind of, shall we say, textual information that would be most interesting. So here's a picture of somebody winding a carbon fiber tube. Isn't necessarily a centrifuge, but that's exactly what it would look like. It looks like a Urenco, something like a TC11 carbon fiber tube. So if that's the case, then we should know, does DPRK have filament winding capability to make these machines? Because they would be 5 or 10 times better in their capacity than the old aluminum machines that Sig Hecker thought he saw. I'm not disparaging Sig in any way. He walked into the facility and learned something that we never would have learned otherwise, which is there was a big centrifuge plant at Yongbyon. But he also determined that the machines looked like P1s. And what I showed you from the outside is that you can't tell what's inside a machine from the outside. Had he walked into the centrifuge laboratories in DPRK in 1993, he would have seen a machine that looked on the outside like a P1. But we know that that machine was carbon fiber. We know it was based on information stolen from Urenco in the same time frame. So the information about what the DPRK is capable of is actually is quite current. The last points I'll make here is that if this is the case, does DPRK really have the capability to do this? And son of a gun, because the chairman likes to get his picture taken a lot, we discovered that, yeah, they do have the capability to fiber wind. These are missile bodies. I guess the missile people don't talk to the nuclear people, but there is a fiber wound vessel which looks remarkably like a Polaris missile body from the 1960s in the United States. So this technology, while people talk about it being modern and difficult, has been around for many, many years. And so now the question to me then, from an intelligence point of view, where are they getting their fiber, where are they getting their matrix, and how is the export working? It'd be nice to talk to Justin Hastings about that. The other thing that I noticed about this picture, if you look carefully, is that body looks an awful lot like it's made of fiberglass and not carbon fiber. So it looks to me like there's more work that we need to do in this area. The 6 test is completely different. It's large thermonuclear, could have been a fake of other kinds, but these pictures from screen grabs showing them assembling the primary and secondary of the radiation case are very compelling. Sure, it could be disinformation, but if I look at those, that's exactly how I would build it and how I'd put it together. It looks to me like it's very possibly the real thing. So this warhead uses a fairly limited amount of plutonium, a few kilograms in the primary, and it needs to detonate a heavy uranium stage. It could also use uranium in the primary, but we'll assume for the moment that these limited supplies of plutonium that they have in DPRK are going into the thermonuclear. And the secondary, as we've published at CIPRI work, is probably around 40 kilograms of HEU, which consumes an awful lot of the highly enriched uranium that could have gone into primaries otherwise. Therefore, my conclusion, and this is mine, is that this warhead, the Hamsong 31 standardized warhead, is probably based on highly enriched uranium. And you say, gosh, has anybody else stood up here and said that? For 40 years now, we've been worrying about plutonium And the DPRK, we've been worried about the reactors. We've been worried about the agreements that have been made. It's all plutonium, plutonium. And while we were worried about plutonium, they're making bombs out of uranium. I think that's likely to be the case. And the only exception to that will be this thermonuclear warhead at about 250 kilotons. So in summary here, what I'd say is that the recent events allow us to make some pretty good estimates. We can argue about these estimates, but I'm putting them on the table just for that purpose, to argue about them. And we can say now where they are technically, where they are going strategically. The inventory can be very large, as people have done in various estimates. I don't like to get into numbers of warheads, but you're starting to look at a situation where 100 warheads today are not unreasonable, that they could have numbers like that in highly enriched uranium. So I'd like to end on a sour note. The caution that I would say here is that they're increasing their fissile material production very greatly. Highly enriched uranium, because it's very difficult to produce reactors on the short scale. You know, maybe 10 years to put together a reactor, reprocessing and that. But you can build centrifuges one at a time, add modules to your centrifuge plant almost daily in small amounts. The problem with this, to me, is that DPRK is going to run out of targets. They don't need 100, 200 nuclear weapons. Someone will, I'm sure, work on that particular problem. But if they have the capability to keep producing more and more and more highly enriched uranium, but their demand is going flat, flat, flat because they don't really need to build any more bombs, then I'm worried that, that we might be looking at the next AQ Kim in DPRK, and that worrying about him as a source of proliferation like we missed in Pakistan would be a concern to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Robert Kelly. You explained the current status of North Korea's nuclear program in technical aspects. So now I'd like to open the floor for the questions. So if you have a question, please raise your hand.
Hi, my name is Ray Hughes. I'm a graduate student at the Georgia Institute of Technology. And I just want to ask about something you mentioned. You said there's evidence that there was a 7th test possibly conducted, but it may have failed. Can you talk about the indicators that you mentioned that lead you to that conclusion? Thank you.
If I understood your question, it was about the 7th test. Lars de Geer in FOI in Sweden has looked at some releases of very short-lived xenon isotopes that he believes were real and were detected, and they could have only come from a nuclear test. Most people said that was false. They questioned the nuclear collection, and they said there was no seismic, but later on some people have found something in the seismic region of 100 tons. So there could have been a small test. I don't know that we have any idea where it might have been or anything, but you know, every now and then they fail.
Thank you. My name is Natalie Navarrete. I'm about to start my master's at the University of Oxford. And I was interested in what you were saying about the DPRK possibly becoming a supplier for proliferators. I was wondering if there are any specific regions or actors that would be flagged as like a primary concern if that were to happen, and what potential responses from the international community could be as preventative measures or to react if that were to happen. Thank you.
Nice way to phrase that. That's the old question of who's next, who's the next proliferator, phrased in a good way. I'm not going to try to name other countries that might be interested, but any country that would like to have their program mostly based on uranium and maybe has the capability of mostly doing uranium themselves, like several countries in the Middle East, that would be an organization that might want to buy. You know, for example, Iran gave up on their plutonium program completely, and they're making uranium. You know, they're the kind of people that would be interested in a surplus of uranium somewhere else. Oh, and as I mentioned at our seminar yesterday, I didn't do it today, but from now on, I'm trying to write papers that say that highly enriched uranium is the wrong term, 20% is garbage. We should be talking about very highly enriched uranium, 80% and above, and that should work its way into the vernacular. Francesca.
Bob, thank you. That was really terrific. I have a question for you. So I wanted to ask whether you think this has been an organizational failure. You said we continue to be concerned about plutonium, we are obsessed with plutonium, but I think what you're suggesting here is that we are looking at the wrong fissile material, that we should be looking at enriched uranium. And so I'm asking, how is it possible that we get it so wrong? So why are we so obsessed with plutonium and we continue not to engage with some solid analysis?
I wouldn't say that we necessarily got it wrong, but we just heard an interesting lecture from Victor Cha, and what did he talk about? The 40 years of where we were working with the first the small reactor blowing up the cooling tower, trying to build the reactors in return for the heavy oil. All of those things involve plutonium, plutonium, plutonium. And it was around 1998 that the indications started coming that KAN was supplying a uranium enrichment capability. And those couldn't be confirmed at the time, but it was interesting. And then, there were papers delivered from DPRK to the United States that had highly enriched uranium on them. Okay, there were traces of highly enriched uranium on papers that were supplied as part of a deal. So the indications that there was uranium there were definitely coming. Victor mentioned it, that they asked the Koreans, are you enriching uranium? They said no. That was clearly a lie. They knew it at the time. And then when Sig Hecker and company visited the facility, then the cat was out of the bag. Where's the other facility? I don't think anybody knows.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Okay. Yeah. So now we move to next presentation. The next presentation is risk reduction of threat reduction on Korean Peninsula by Ms. Jenny Town from Stimson Center. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce our second esteemed speaker for our session. Joining us is Ms. Jenny Town, my dear friend, a prominent expert in international security and leading voice in the study of East Asian affairs. As a senior fellow at the Stimson Center and the director of 38 North program, her research and analysis have provided invaluable insights into the complex dynamics of Korean Peninsula and its implication for regional global security. So we are truly honored to have Ms. Jenny Town grace our session with her wealth of experience and knowledge and expertise. Please join me in welcoming her warmly as I eagerly look forward to enriching your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Minsu. Is this on? Okay. Thanks, Minsu, and thanks to NEREC, KAIST, and KINAC for inviting me today. It's great to be back in Korea and be able to do these things in person again, but also to engage so many emerging scholars. It's great to see a room full of young people, as you are likely to, unfortunately, inherit a lot of the challenges we're discussing today. So hopefully, if you start thinking about it early, you'll have some new ideas by the time you get into positions of influence and power. That is the hope. So I've been asked to talk about threat reduction, and I took the liberty to expand it out a little to create more of a thought process of how to think about and how to approach threat reduction going forward, rather than specific program ideas. The prospect of cooperative threat reduction programs with North Korea is a concept that has been examined for decades, drawing lessons from US, Soviet, Russia, CTR experiences and tailoring them to unique DPRK conditions. In the Soviet case, of course, efforts were aimed at not only dismantling strategic assets, but also providing transport, storage, and safeguards for the eventual disposal of related equipment and facilities, and ways to convert scientists and facilities towards peaceful uses. So yeah, there's no shortage of ideas of potential initiatives the US and other stakeholders could engage in that would help facilitate the reduction of DPRK's WMD facilities, capabilities, and people, while also working to build sustainable cooperation in critical sectors that would promote trust building, mutual security, and mutual benefit. And there is even a pretty recent basis for building cooperation with North Korea if or when the geopolitical environment is more conducive to engagement. So for instance, in June 2021, North Korea published a voluntary national review on the implementation of its 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, its SDGs. It outlined goals for improving energy security, modernizing agricultural practices, developing the medical industrial sector, and mitigating the impacts of climate change, while also reiterating Pyongyang's commitment to implementing the country's SDGs. The report also emphasized the need for strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation, creating the basis and mandate for international cooperation in several areas that could be included in CTR work, in a CTR framework. That said, North Korea subsequently also announced in September 2022 a new policy on nuclear forces, codifying its nuclear doctrine, which I know Professor Dunn will discuss in more detail. But notably, that announcement marked an important shift in North Korea's rhetoric about its nuclear weapons program. So past formulations had always posed the program in conditional terms. So as long as the US maintained its hostile policy, North Korea would need its nuclear weapons. And so this really left room open for negotiations about its nuclear program. But since that announcement, that conditionality in the way that North Korea talks about its nuclear program is gone and has been replaced with the assertions that North Korea is a self-declared responsible nuclear weapons state and that the program is here to stay. Emphasizing that point, Kim Jong-un gave a speech to the Supreme People's Assembly in early September of that year. This was released in tandem with the new nuclear law. And in this speech, Kim made a rare direct reference to denuclearization, proclaiming that there will never be denuclearization first, nor will there be any negotiations to this end. As if to underscore his point, he added, "We have drawn the line of no retreat regarding our nuclear weapons so that there will no longer be any bargaining over them." In his latest speech, Kim did offer one condition on which he might change his nuclear policy, and that was should the political and military environment on the Korean Peninsula change. And so, however, this condition seems extremely difficult to achieve, and is a challenge that we're going to have to grapple with, which I think also Bonggun will address in more detail in his remarks. But this shift is important in understanding the disarmament challenge of denuclearization. And so while there was an openness in the past to at least entertain proposals about various roadmaps and initiatives that could facilitate denuclearization, and sometimes North Korea has even demonstrated a willingness to start down that path, that door seems pretty shut for now. And it doesn't seem to be locked, but the door is heavy and trying to reopen it is going to take considerable effort. As Victor Cha mentioned in his comments, there are a lot of common threads in the approaches that across administrations, US administrations, on how we've dealt with North Korea going all the way back to the 1990s. And the approach might take on slightly different formats, but the underlying premise of our approach remains consistent, despite the fact that the nature of the problem has fundamentally changed over time, as has the strategic environment in which North Korea sits. And so as Victor mentioned, North Korea is an example of a non-proliferation regime failure. It is now a disarmament challenge. And so how do you convince an insecure country to disarm and trust that it will be safe? Is deterrence messaging going to accomplish that? Is holding out for North Korea to choose denuclearization first going to accomplish that? How do we need to adapt to the changing times? And these are the questions we really need to be thinking of if we want to get back into a denuclearization, a risk reduction, a threat reduction path. And so just, let's just talk about how the security environment has changed for a minute to understand the nature of the challenge and illustrate how we can't continue to treat North Korea's nuclear pursuits in isolation of larger security trends. And so these include, for instance, we have a major trust deficit on all sides, making engagement a higher political risk proposition, requiring greater political capital than it has in the past for all sides involved. We have great power competition and a regional arms race going on, making the notion of unilateral arms reduction for any one country in the region unpalatable, much less choosing unilateral disarmament. We have the reformation of ideological blocs, making cooperation across blocs not only politically more difficult, but increasingly difficult from a logistical standpoint as well, as we emphasize cooperation within blocs. We have political polarization both within Washington and Seoul, making long-term strategy and vision planning more difficult as policies may shift dramatically from one administration to another. And as Professor Miller discussed this morning, you also have a fraying and weakening of the NPT regime, although it has, as he mentioned, shown resiliency, but making the use of nuclear weapons seem more real again and the role of nuclear weapons being elevated in defense planning. You have nuclear weapon states engaged in nuclear modernization and expansion, not drawdowns, and other countries are looking at Ukraine's fate. Other countries like North Korea are looking at Ukraine's fate and considering their own options and what nuclear weapons mean to their defenses against larger nuclear armed adversaries. You have a weakening of the arms control regimes in general, making it also an unpalatable option for any one state to be willing to take the first step when other larger, more powerful nations are still arming up. And you have South Korea's consideration of its own nuclear future. Whether it's policy now or not, it's still in the public debate. There is still support for it. There's still strong voices out there advocating it, making the challenge of a denuclearized Korean peninsula more complicated. And so, one thing to mention is this idea of nuclear coercion. If we think that posing this as a South Korea, if the situation doesn't get better, then South Korea has to go nuclear, and posing it in this sort of coercive framework, I think it's really unlikely that this is going to be effective in making either North Korea or China, for that matter, to stymie their efforts on their own nuclear modernization and expansion in order to prevent South Korea from going nuclear. And instead, it's more likely to push both to move further, faster, to prepare for new nuclear challenges, and really fueling, again, the arms racing going on in the region. So under these conditions, if or when North Korea does consider re-engaging with the United States, I think it's safe to say that it's not going to start with denuclearization. There may be security-related topics Pyongyang might be willing to consider in the meantime, especially those dealing with regional dynamics, where North Korea would be a party to the discussion, not the problem to be solved, or on issues that would include security concessions on both sides of the DMZ, not a unilateral arms reduction. And so these might include regional dialogues on avoiding nuclear war, or perhaps committing to regional codes of conduct that reaffirm principles of the Geneva Conventions, regional dialogues on crisis response and management, perhaps even considering multilateral humanitarian and disaster response exercises, bilateral dialogues on notification of military exercises to avoid misperceptions and miscalculations, or even using now the 70th anniversary of the Armistice Agreement as a springboard for talks about what the conditions for actually ending the war and building a peace regime would be. So creating space for CTR proposals will require several of these broader security trends to first start to move in a more positive direction. But even then, what will it take to convince North Korea to reconsider denuclearization? And what kind of conditions would convince an insecure country of an increasingly competitive and adversarial world that it can trust us, disarm and trust us? So certainly this creates a role for critical engagement along the lines of what some have termed the CTR plus agenda, and the Asia Pacific Leadership Network has a series of really good reports on this where they've explored this in great detail, and I highly recommend reading through those recommendations. This would include initiatives that align with non-nuclear priority sectors such as energy, agriculture, and health. And the rationale would be that small, specific, cooperative initiatives can help build trust to lead to broader sustainable engagement. But the key challenge would be whether initiatives under a CTR plus framework would require North Korea to accept denuclearization as an end goal for any one of them to get started, first of all. And on the flip side, can you find support for any of these initiatives without North Korea agreeing to an end goal of denuclearization? Will other countries actually support it? And if so, how much, if anything, of the plus agenda can be pursued as a pathway to starting to re-engage on actual nuclear and WMD reduction activities rather than as part of the actual denuclearization process? And so there's lots of suggestions out there. And so some of the key sectors that align with North Korea's sustainable development goals, I think, are ripe for cooperation, whether bilateral, multilateral, including, for instance, energy security, such as the rapid construction of mini grid systems powered by renewable energy for electricity generation. And again, these are in the APLN reports. Although this will also require some clarity on the prospects of nuclear energy in North Korea, whether its own facilities at Yongbyon or another project like KIDO to build, assist, support nuclear energy in North Korea. There's areas within climate change and agriculture. Studies have been done previously on this, on conversion of, for instance, Yongbyon into a peaceful science center, including scientist redirection efforts into more agricultural scientists, reforestation, those kinds of areas. There's public health initiatives such as encouraging North Korea to get involved in the Northeast Asian Public Health Initiative, which includes South Korea, US, China, Russia, Japan, and Mongolia to help address North Korea's health security needs, build regional dialogue, or even pandemic prevention and response efforts going forward, or multilateral efforts where the US and South Korea may not be in the lead, but that can be supportive of and help advocate for continued engagement within those institutions. There's other areas where North Korea has demonstrated an interest in cooperation in the past that could also be explored even outside of a stated denuclearization agenda, including nuclear safety and security. I know we had a dialogue with the North Koreans back in 2011. We had a series of meetings talking about nuclear security and nuclear safety of Yongbyon especially, and of their 5-megawatt reactor, and had a really good discussion about their own concerns within the realm. Efforts that, again, if we can ever get back to a better place, would be very important to restart. Radiological source management, especially medical uses. We could even potentially build tracks for chem bio reductions, and in an area where we might even consider trade-offs, such as cooperation on the reduction of chemical and biological weapons programs while supporting cooperative efforts in such areas as vaccine manufacturing plants, things that have been largely withheld from North Korea in the past due to its dual-use capabilities. But I'd like to spend a little time discussing some of the principles of thinking about CTR in the future and the dilemma of how to make this a more compelling process. How do we get to yes in this kind of environment? So it's not enough to have good ideas. We need those ideas to be implementable. and certainly things that involve North Korea's nuclear facilities themselves that get boots on the ground, whether for environmental testing and remediation, scientist redirection programs, conversion to peaceful science pursuits, all of these will have broad and sweeping support and funding. But again, it's unlikely that CTR efforts are going to start in those areas. So trust needs to be built first and value needs to be demonstrated. And assuming the security situation starts to move in a more positive direction in the region as a whole, and that we can avoid entering Cold War 2.0, we need to build an approach to CTR and denuclearization in general that better reflects the current state of affairs. So one, we need to understand that deep mutual mistrust means we need to see results, both sides need to see results and quickly to justify continuing down that path. The will for long drawn out negotiations for a right-sized package deal that we may or may not actually get agreement on or that may or may not be implementable or sustainable once we do, there's little will on either side, frankly, to engage in that again. Two, we need to recognize that the North Koreans are at a point where their nuclear disarmament is not a choice they will make easily or lightly, but it's something we want them to eventually choose. So the onus is on us to make this a more compelling proposition. It's going to take time, it's going to take moves that might not always be politically palatable, but if the results serve US ROC interests by reducing tensions and reducing threats, then we should be willing to put in the effort to change minds. And that is the role of diplomacy, after all. And three, we need to avoid the kind of negotiation strategy we saw in 2018, especially in the inter-Korean process, where big commitments were made that required international cooperation to achieve, hoping then afterwards that the support would fall into place after both sides agreed to terms. This is a high-risk approach, and as we saw, the failure to secure that support can be more damaging to the relationship in the long run. So project planning going forward really needs to include serious discussions with potential partners and funders in advance of any future negotiations with North Korea in order to understand the scope of what is realistic and implementable, including where there's room for sanctions easing, who might be willing to fund the projects that aren't specifically denuclearization and may not be preceded by major moves on denuclearization, and how much funding is realistic under those conditions. It may very well be that support for any kind of early initiative will be extremely limited, given a history of unfulfilled and unrealized initiatives with the North Koreans. But knowing those bounds is necessary to increase the prospects for negotiated projects to actually be successful. And so furthermore, the US and/or ROC leadership on participation in a CTR agenda with North Korea will require strong political leadership and public engagement in both countries to provide clear and consistent messaging about why CTR with DPRK is both necessary and serves US ROC interests. It's not just about what does North Korea want. It's about how does this help? How does this serve our own national security interests in the process? This is really the key to building domestic public support and bipartisan political support in both the US Congress and ROC National Assembly. And the messaging needs to be coordinated and consistent across capitals as well to demonstrate that decisions are based on deep consultation between allies, that there is clear mutual understanding of the goals and possible pathways to achieving those goals, there's realistic pacing expectations, and that both sides will benefit from these successes. So while it's unlikely that North Korea will be willing to resume negotiations with either Seoul or Washington in the near term, there's a lot of work to be done to create a window of opportunity and to be ready when that, to act when that window opens. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny, for your excellent presentation. And I think CTR is very tough subject, I think. And I'd like to open the floor for question. So,
Thank you so much for your presentation. My name is Iletta. I study international security, and I also work for the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea. So this is a question that it's a bit not too related to what you have discussed so far, but it's related also to your background. I was wondering, the past decades have been dedicated to trying to denuclearize the peninsula through a strategic approach, through, as we have discussed, multilateral and bilateral ways and efforts. But this has clearly not have worked so far. So my question is related to what some scholars and practitioners have been arguing. So to put human rights first through a human rights upfront approach in order to eventually denuclearize the peninsula by looking at the power of people and information for the liberation of the North Korean people. While I understand that this is a very difficult and tough approach, I was wondering what your opinion is on this approach and on the intersection of human rights with the North Korean nuclear threat. Thank you.
So, human rights is important. If we ever get to the point where we're actually talking about normalization of relations, human rights has to be a part of that discussion. And it is a discussion that is something the North Koreans understand. It is a discussion they're willing to have. There have been dialogues, for instance, in North Korean European tracks that actually deal with human rights. I would say there's a lot of talk about a human rights first approach and about wanting to get to the people, wanting to empower the people, wanting to get information to the people in hopes that this information will then empower them to act more like a more normal civil society. If that's truly our goal, if that's truly our premise, if you look at how we approach this issue, we actually undermine our own efforts in the process. Because if you look at the sanctions that we're imposing on North Korea, a lot of it does deal with information, it deals with access. So not only limiting our access to them, limiting their access to us, making all of those points of convergence, all of those points of potential people to people, potential information transfer, potential, sharing and learning and experiencing, it really cuts off all of that. And it makes it a lot more difficult then. So we're pushing ourselves into clandestine modes because we're cutting off our own access to the people that we say we want greater access to, and we want them to have more information. So I think we really do need to think about, even within the human rights community, if that's really one of our goals, beyond just denuclearization, if human rights is one of our goals, I think we need to reevaluate what we're actually sanctioning, how we're using sanctions, and how can we reopen some of these channels to actual access to information and to people, and to create those opportunities again to actually reach the people.
It's kind of follow-up on the human rights issue. That's true. So human rights and North Korea's nuclear problem, whether it can be resolved together, simultaneously, but one by one. This is a fundamental difference in the North Korean policy of former administration and current administration. And same way, the US administration, whether it's Democrat or Republican, so President Trump has no interest in raising human rights issue and for concentrating on the denuclearization issue. So my question is the both countries, now United States and South Korea, narrowed the focus on the humanitarian assistance. But some kind of negative news in the South Korean policy. Yesterday, I think the Ministry of Unification, they announced they cut the Department of the Inter-Korean Exchange and Cooperation. And they changed it into the Department of the POW, the prisoner of wars, or some hostages and prisoners now in the North Korea. So in that situation is worsening the relations. So do you think it's a good idea, and in the past is a good the lessons learned from the Soviet Union after their dismantling of the nuclear weapons, the CTR fund? So where we can get that specifically? So we have no foundation in South Korea. Japan has no interest, and European too. So where can make such a fund, specific fund, CTL type of the system North Korean fund, and directly how to link the SDG, the agenda, into the North Korea. For example, the 3S, nuclear safety and nuclear security. But you said is some first initial stage is some positive response from North Korean side. So can you specify? So North Korea has real interest in this area, so promoting SDG agenda in United Nations.
It's worth testing, right? The part of the work that needs to be done is that the case needs to be made that, before we go into negotiations with the North Koreans, we need to believe that CTR is important, that it's achievable, and that it serves our interests. And we need to build the support for that. Right now, there is very little support for any of this work, especially if it isn't preceded by North Korea making big moves on denuclearization first. It isn't there. And it isn't politically palatable. It's going to take political leadership. It's going to take decisions that might not be popular because of human rights issues, because of values clashes. But again, what are our actual goals here? If our goals are, if it serves US interests to try and reduce the threats, then we need to create pathways in order to do that. And so as much time as we're putting into defense planning and building up defenses, we need to be putting in as equal amount of time into planning for diplomacy, building support for initiatives in the future. Because if we don't believe it's possible, then we're not going to build support around it. And so if we don't believe it's important, then we're not going to build support around it. And so I think, those are all decisions that we need to make. We want North Korea to do these things. We need to build the support for it, but we need to build it in practical ways that are actually implementable, because the last thing we need is to engage in another process, negotiate. If we can ever get North Korea back to the negotiating table, negotiate a program with them that we cannot implement because we do not have the support for it. And that's what we saw in 2018. The Panmunjom Declaration put forward a lot of commitments of big economic cooperative projects without having the international cooperation secured before they signed it. And you saw over and over the North Koreans pushing the South Koreans to say, hey, you agreed to this. Don't let everyone else get in the way of you, of the inter-Korean agenda, right? Like they kept expecting it to happen. And once they finally decided it's never going to happen, then they moved on. And so now inter-Korean relations are in a state where the North Koreans aren't responding. So if we're going to do something, we need to build the international support for it first. We need to build the plan. We need to make sure we can do it, and then we can negotiate. And hopefully then the negotiation can be much shorter than what we would normally have with the North Koreans if we know we can do something, if we're willing to do something, if we know why we're doing something and the international community is supporting us, or even just the alliance is in support of it. And this is, one way to start to do things differently than we've done in the past, rather than waiting till we get to the table, see what the North Koreans are willing to do, and then trying to scramble afterwards.
I think we don't have enough time for the question further, so maybe we will come back after the last presentation Okay. So now we will have Professor Bong-geun Jeon of the Korean National Diplomatic Academy to listen to a presentation titled "The Fourth North Korean Nuclear Crisis and Our Responses." Professor Jeon is a highly respected scholar and authority in the field of international relations and diplomacy. He is a professor emeritus at the IFANS that he joined since 2005. Before joining the IFANS, he held governmental and non-governmental positions, policy advisor to the Ministry of Unification from 2003 to 2004, and secretary to the ROK president for international security affairs at the Bula House from 1993 to 1997. And the professor staff at CADO New York headquarters from 1997 to 2001. And his research area covers the North Korean nuclear issue, inter-Korean relations, and non-proliferation issue. As a seasoned educator and researcher, Professor Jeon has mentored numerous students and scholars, fostering the next generation of diplomats and policymakers. We are truly privileged to have Professor Jeon joining us today, and please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Thank you for very kind introduction. And also, it's supposed to be a little sleepy time, but I didn't see anyone fall asleep. You know, that shows that the essence of this NEREC session, that you can get a lot by being awake. I just want to add just a little bit. I prepared a somewhat little long paper, but I just want to say, why we have failed in our denuclearization diplomacy. I just want to give you my own assessment of that, the reason for the failure. The reason why I'm doing is that there is such a widespread pessimism about the denuclearization diplomacy. Everybody here in Seoul and probably in the United States saying that denuclearization diplomacy is over. DPRK is not going to give up the weapons. No one can deny that. DPRK is going to keep the weapons. They have endured such a strong sanctions and diplomatic isolation, so they're not going to give up the weapons. But still, I would say that they could get the weapons because our denuclearization diplomacy failed. Of course, on their side, there was very strong their own insistence, and there is a very strong reason for them to get the weapons. But I just want to stipulate a few reasons why we have failed. It's easy to pointing others to do, for their wrongdoings, but unless we know what we have done wrong, we cannot get it done. And immediately we don't see any chances for the engaging with the DPRK. But looking at during the last 30, 35 years, there was such a dark days, but there is all of a sudden, the chances of engaging with the DPRK opens. But if we don't know why something went wrong previously, probably we may repeat the same mistake that we have done. I have my own theory on that. I call it so-called vicious cycle theorem of denuclearization diplomacy toward the DPRK, because it consistently failed. beginning with the DPRK provocations and the crisis making. And then there is always dialogue engaged. And then there is an agreement. Without a failure, agreement just collapses. That repeats every time. I counted about 8 times. So when there is a very high time, when there is a Trump was making a summit joint statement, our President Moon is making summit statement. And that's time for the lot of applause and joy. But looking back the last 30 years, I can exactly predict that it's going to collapse very soon. It went down. And also, when there is a very serious crisis, everybody was so concerned, what's going to happen? Are you going to have war? Don't worry. We will get dialogue, negotiation going on. That was exactly what happened during the last 30 years. I can't tell that's going to repeat in the future. But probably that might, I think, happen again. Here is my number one reason. There was such a high expectation of the collapse of DPRK. So we always stop engaging with the DPRK seriously, especially in the 90s. We have such a good opportunity to engage with the DPRK. DPRK was on the verge of collapsing. There was such a serious starvation. If only we just give hands a little bit and just take their hands, we could be much better positioned today. But there was, of course, U.S. DPRK agreement and the U.S. DPRK, but what the U.S. at the time said was that, especially Carlucci, Ambassador Carlucci, when he was appearing in the congressional hearing, he said that all those Republican majority Republican congressman was criticizing him for engaging with such a rogue state. He said that, don't worry, we just pretend to give them a little bit of concrete. They're going to collapse before we are completing our nuclear power plants. That's exactly what he said. And also in South Korea, there is a very strong resistance in providing something to the DPRK. Of course, we had the moment of sunshine policy when Kim Dae-jung was in power. He was giving generous, fertilizer, foods. But in South Korea, we don't have such a wide consensus on that. So if I'm North Korea, I will make sure that we do not be hooked in that their donations. We don't know what's going to happen to the South. If there is a change of government, things will be changing. So always the DPRK seems to have a plan B. And also when I think there was about 14, 15 years ago, since I am following this non-proliferation, always I'm interested in hearing some methods of engaging with the DPRK. So at the time, a US team came to Seoul. I think that's probably John Ulfstar, Joel Witt, and those are people who are bringing with this program of cooperative threat reduction. So I put together, invited a lot of people, and we had tried to have some big seminars. But the general mood there was that, why are we providing such a good program to the DPRK when DPRK is such a bad country? So we couldn't really sell it. I tried to sell very hard, but we couldn't sell it. So our conclusion was that, okay, we will wait if DPRK is very sincere about the dialogue, and if they are really sincere about the denuclearization, then we may consider CTR program. But in my view, unless we are providing in advance some sort of, this CTR, DPRK is not going to come to the table, and they're not going to be sincere and serious about denuclearization activities. Knowing that South Korea is going to change our minds, so this kind of our expectation of DPRK's collapse is one of the biggest, I think, kind of mistake in the assumption that we had. I can't blame them. I can't blame them who are believing that the DPRK is going to collapse. Every Eastern, Central, former communist states have collapsed. And all East Asian communist states transformed themselves. Who knows at the time DPRK is going to like that. But still, there are a lot of people in South Korea who are studying DPRK say that DPRK is not going to collapse. It's not going to change. DPRK had such a resistance and resilience that's peculiar to the Korean Peninsula. But we have pointed out, but there was not really accepted. And secondly, our DPRK policy have lost its kind of a consistency. When we change governments from one to the other, from conservative to the progressive and the progressive to the conservative, we change our policies, swing back and forth quite drastically. And also, even if we are emphasizing coordination, very close coordination between US and South Korea, I think that have succeeded very much. Somehow, when we are having democratic government, they have a Republican. When they have a Democrat, we have a Republican. Someone said that US Obama was having strategic patience policy toward the DPRK. I think he had it, he adapted it, meaning that it's a kind of a negligence or neglect policy, just to let them collapse. But in my view, in my understanding, Obama's original plan was to engage with all those Cold War problem states. So he was succeeded in engaging with Cuba, Myanmar, Iran, but he couldn't, DPRK. That's because in South Korea, we have a conservative government who just didn't like US to engage with the DPRK. And always that kind of things. So as long as we do not have some sort of a consistent North Korea policy with a wide domestic consensus in South Korea and the US, and also between two countries, we may continue this kind of cyclical pattern. But I don't see such a future. Yeah. And thirdly, people are saying that we have done everything. We have used sticks, carrots. We have done everything. There's not much to do. Strategic patience, sunshine policy. But in my view, we didn't do it correctly in a sincere way. So even if we did in sunshine policy, we provide a lot of it, and also we try to wield our stick, but in order to make a DPRK move, we should have someone saying we have a stake on one hand and we have hammer the other hand. We use both, but such a Korean Peninsula was a dangerous place. No one in South Korea wanted to wield, swing their hammer. It's too dangerous. And also, no one in South Korea was there to provide stake to the DPRK because of domestic opposition and because opposition from the US. So already there is a very mediocre kind of stick and carrot approach to the DPRK. They failed to make a DPRK move. And also, I'm arguing that the kind of denuclearization strategy that we have used are somewhat faulted. Whenever there is a very successful denuclearization story, other parts of the world, like Argentina, Brazil, South Africa, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Libya, Iran, there's a lot of experts in South Korea and the US who are trying to mobilize, imitate that kind of a strategy and the denuclearization model and apply to the Korean Peninsula. But I think they were wrong. They choose some success factors that, to their taste, they failed to see what is exactly there, what makes them succeed in denuclearization. For example, our 1991 Inter-Korean Denuclearization Declaration, I think comes from Argent-Brazil ABAC program. In the case of Argent-Brazil, at the end of a Cold War, there is a regime change from military government to civilian government. Civilian government did not see the need for the nuclear arms race between Argentina and Brazil. So they just shake hands, let's stop. To make a transparency, why don't we have just mutual inspection programs? Probably someone in the Washington, so that's very interesting. Why don't we apply to the Korean Peninsula? DPRK at first rejected that somehow, I don't know why. They just accepted that. They accepted the mutual inspection system, but never implemented. But success factor in Argentina and Brazil was that there was a civilian government who stopped military competition, nuclear arms race. But in case of Korean Peninsula, DPRK was on the verge of collapse. They have to use all their means to make nuclear weapons. That's very different. There's no the regime change in DPRK. And also, when we saw Libya and Iranian case, a lot of people say that, okay, what matters here? Strong sanctions. Strong sanctions make Iran come to the table. But when I read the Iranian case, I saw there is a highest level political communication between Obama and Iranian political leader and religious leader. But no one in Korea mentioned about the importance to have this sub-level communications. And also, in case of Iran, there is a governmental change, regime change, almost. Previous hawkish government changed into Rouhani's moderate government. So that's one of the factors. But in Korean Peninsula, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And all these things are saying that we need to, unless we have a Korean-specific denuclearization model, we cannot really, I think, make our successful denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. Korean Peninsula is such a unique, area. DPRK has their back door. China is such a country who are in 1949 such a poor, impoverished country, but who came to aid North Korea when there was a Korean War. If China sees the DPRK is about to collapse, I think they are going to help North Korea. There is a wide backdoor opens. So it's not like any other country. If we add the sanctions, they're going to just raise their hands. I'm everything. No. So, and also, as I said, that the DPRK is showing extraordinary resilience and resistance because it's act like more like one organism, one kind of state. So. Then what will be this Korean-specific denuclearization model? I don't have much time to say here, but what I'm seeing here is that unless we have a sort of regime building process on the Korean Peninsula, it's very hard to make this denuclearization move forward. During the last Moon Jae-in government, they emphasized a lot about the peace regime building. I think that was a good approach, exchanging peace regime building with denuclearization. But I think they made a critical tactical mistake. During the whole 5 years, President Moon was pushing for war end declaration. War end declaration. But I think that's a critical his mistake. Why? Because war end declaration was never liked, never accepted by Koreans who are working on alliance or security or defense field. And also, all Americans didn't like that idea because when there is a war end declaration, they thought that United Nations command structure and the US forces in South Korea, their reason for staying here, for keeping UN security, UN command structure could be somewhat weakened. So they couldn't get any support of domestic support from the military and any support from the US. So it failed. But somehow, I believe that there should be some sort of regime building process. Otherwise, we cannot move forward. Is my time up? I just want to add one more point. I think at the time, while we are just, watching DPRK do what they do, I think there is a very seriously rising war and nuclear risks on the Korean Peninsula. Especially as you see during the last few years, DPRK was threatening us with a nuclear preemptive strike. That's a very dangerous nuclear doctrine. And also, knowing that DPRK is claiming their preemptive nuclear strike, also South Korea adopted kill chain military doctrine, meaning that when we see DPRK is about to launch their nuclear missile, we're going to preemptively strike them. So there is a collision of preemptive strike plans on the Korean Peninsula. If there's any one small mistakes, I think there could be a serious war crisis. And I don't think anyone on the Korean Peninsula, either in the DPRK South, they are planning for a full-fledged, planned war against the other. I don't think that's scenarios that they have in mind. And South Korea definitely not. I think DPRK, it's hard for them to imagine they attack South Korea and occupy the South when they are confronting this mighty US-Korea alliance. But however, I think there is a serious risks of war, either by accidents, miscommunication, any accidents could happen here. There is a so frequent missile test from either side. DPRK is doing, shooting their missiles like crazy. So in South Korea was forced to respond to that. We also have a lot of missile demonstration. When there is such a multiple missile test and the shooting, there is a possibility of an accident that could happen. And also, DPRK had warned us and the US that they are, until now, they are having such a high angle ICBM testing so that it goes up and goes down very nearby. But they've threatened for years, they are going to have actual distance ICBM testing, either toward near the Guam and toward the Pacific. So if DPRK has such a ICBM or medium-range missile tester, what are you going to do? I just stand and just watch them fly over our face, or our head, or are we forced to shoot them down? That's going to be a kind of a serious challenge for us. So though it's time for South Korea to strengthen our deterrence because of DPRK is such a nuclear armament, deadly nuclear armament. We are forced to strengthen our alliance, and we are forced to form a nuclear consultative group with the United States. But on the other hand, as a student of non-proliferation and peace studies, I'm extremely concerned some these chances of war, including nuclear one this time, is rising very fast. It's not time for us to just sit idle and wait. Something happens. It's time for watching out and prepare for to prevent them. Thank you. I will stop here.
Thank you, Professor John. And yes, please.
Thank you, Professor John. I read your books, and I think your book pointed out a very clear message that why we failed in nuclear diplomacy with North Korea. I think the main reason is that North Korean leadership, Kim family leadership, has been consistent in having nuclear weapons on their own, more consistent than South Korea and US policy toward North Korea. Our policy toward North Korea has been changing over time, right? From right to left, dwindling. So this is the primary reason. And second reason is that South Korea and United States handled the North Korean nuclear issue with decoupling. South Korea only deals with conventional issues and inter-Korean relationship, whereas U.S. is dealing with nuclear issue on their own without sufficient consultation with South Korea, even though we had experience in early 1990s. Like sunshine policy. How can sunshine policy will prevail on the part of a progressive government in South Korea? I think in the olden times, sun and wind contest. Who will undress the traveler quickly? But recent modern traveler will avoid to air-conditioned room instead of watching sun and wind. Like ourselves, you are coming to hotel, air-conditioned hotel. That's too much romantic for naive for sunshine policy government. And also they advised the United States, Bush administration, to play a bad cop role in only taking care of a nuclear issue. But the South Korean government is a good cop, only smiling, providing economic benefits unconditionally. How can cops survive, without playing two roles together? That's the too much romantic, too naive for sunshine policy government. On that part, I think Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un knew very, strategically and differentiated, marginalized South Korea from United States. That's the main reason why it failed in diplomacy. That gives a lesson for next U.S. president and also South Korean, this government. Don't split each other in dealing with North Korea from now on. We have to deal with North Korea, not decoupling, just coupling, and nuclear and conventional issues together. And also both parties should take part in any kind of talk with North Korea. That is the treatment we have to remember. Thank you.
I just wanna. I don't think that's a question. So just I wanna add one just additional words that you are right. DPRK somehow out-determined South Korea and outsmart South Korea. So they, from no weapons to this nuclear armament. So I think we should, out-determine North Korea, and we should outsmart DPRK. Otherwise, we cannot really achieve this denuclearization. Also, I agree with you that our sunshine policy approach had assumption that if you are engaging with the DPRK fully, DPRK is going to change. They expected some reforms and openings, just like in Eastern and countries and Russia. That's a basic assumption. But DPRK, they didn't change at all. So, and also our this kind of hawkish approach to the DPRK also assumed that with the strong sanctions, the DPRK is going to kneel down. They didn't. So both approach didn't work.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. First of all, thank you for your impressive speech. And my name is Soyoung Lee, and I'm a master's course in Seoul National University, majoring in international relations. As you said, pessimistic views prevailed among views toward DPRK, and although it's a problem and we should overcome and try hard not to look only in that view, I think preparing for the afterwards is important too. So regarding DPRK, what are your thoughts on limited nuclear warfare? Like, for example, exchanging a few nuclear strikes and nuclear escalation in that stance. Also, what are your thoughts on nuclear proliferation control after the use of nuclear weapons? Also curious about DPRK in that sense. Regarding DPRK, what are your thoughts on limited nuclear warfare and nuclear escalation in that stance? Yeah, the prospects, about your view. I was curious about your view.
I don't see, nuclear weapons are supposed to be military ones. It's to prevent war and deter war. And especially seeing this Korean Peninsula is such a crowded, area with such a small land. Any small scale exchange of nuclear weapons and could be extremely disastrous, come up with a disastrous results on the peninsula. Previous, tactical nuclear weapons were in the DPRK hands and in our, just in this nuclear field is about at least 10 to 50 kiloton yield. It's much stronger than, bigger than the nuclear bombs dropped in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So anything, any smaller, however small it is, it's going to come up with extremely disastrous consequences to the, to the South Korea. And also, in accordance with this, South Korea-U.S. alliance and our Washington Declaration, we are, U.S. is fully, and South Korea fully committed that if DPRK uses nuclear weapons, we will send our weapons, and they say that we are going to end their regime. I don't know how do we end the regime, but it's going to be, I don't really want to imagine about the exchange of nuclear weapons. Professor Han or Steve Miller, do you have any ideas of what's going to happen? If there's
Last question for this session.
Hello,
everyone. My name is Barrett. I'm from Saudi Arabia, currently studying international relations in the UK. Thank you for that insightful discussion. So my question is for you, Ms. Jenny, and Professor Bong. So you mentioned briefly about the role of diplomacy into mitigating the intensity of conflict, sometimes like reaching a resolution and so on. So I was wondering what could be the future scenarios that you expect about the ROC and US nuclear cooperation into deterring the escalating threats from North Korea. Thank you. Yeah, future scenarios that could happen between the USA and Republic of Korea into deterring diplomatic cooperation into deterring the North Korean threat. Thank you.
You know, it's tricky because a lot of what we're doing, a lot of what the US is doing right now is in order to deal with the North Korea issue, we're only focusing on South Korea and the assurance side of it and trying to fill the assurance gap, which is never going to be full. And especially as North Korea's capabilities continue to grow. So until we have an actual strategy, until we actually have a way to deal with the North Korean side of the equation and to get them to the table to talk about anything, first of all, much less denuclearization, this is going to continue to be a problem within the alliance. Like there's no end point to this where suddenly South Korea is going to feel 100% assured that they're ready for anything that the North Koreans can throw at them. So I think, you know, we need to deal with defenses, and we need to deal with defense plannings. We need to have much more serious discussions about all of the different ways in which conflict could unfold in the region. And I think this is something that's really been triggered by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of just the concept of one, nuclear use is possible. That, you know, conflict is possible. And I think in South Korea, we hear a lot more about concerns about what if there's multi-front conflict, right? What if the US is already has resources into one conflict and North Korea does something, what happens then? So like these are very real, very concerning scenarios, of course. But a lot of what I heard here in South Korea, and Bongan can correct me if I'm wrong, but after the summit, when being here in Korea about a week afterwards, there was a lot of discussion about the Washington Declaration, and it wasn't very positive. There was a lot of skepticism about what this actually was, what it's actually going to do that's different than what we already do. Because it doesn't give South Korea nuclear weapons, it doesn't give South Korea decision-making power into using nuclear weapons, it's not nuclear sharing. All of these things sort of diminished the value of what was unfolded in Washington. On the South Korean side. In the US, everyone was like, this is such a great deal and a momentous agreement because it's bilateral and we've never done something like this on a bilateral basis. So there's very different perceptions about that. But what I also heard in South Korea was a lot of just really disappointment that there wasn't new ideas, new efforts, new plans, new strategies on dealing with North Korea directly. How do we get North Korea to the table? And I think the Biden administration, what they've laid out so far about North Korea is not a policy towards North Korea. It is a strategy for negotiating with North Korea if and when North Korea makes the choice to negotiate about nuclear weapons. Short of that, there's not much, we're not really prepared to do much more. And we don't really have a strategy for how do we rebuild diplomacy in a serious and sustainable way that would help mitigate the situation, that we could have conversations about how do we avoid nuclear war? How do we better signal to each other on military exercises? So for instance, the North Koreans, have been launching a lot of missiles and telling us a day or two later that those were actually operational drills. Well, that would have been good to know before they launched 23 missiles one morning, right? One accidentally going south on a southern trajectory that it wasn't supposed to do. So those kinds of conversations and those kinds of, risk reduction, tension reduction discussions need to be had now. We need to get into that before we're ever going to get back into anything denuclearization related. And that's where we need to be putting energy now. And that's where the alliance needs to be talking about in terms of diplomatic strategies, like what else can we talk about? What are our other concerns in the region? What are our other goals? And start to really build a strategy around that and build messaging around that would communicate that more clearly to the North Koreans and provide opportunities for them to be either part of a regional security discussion about these issues or really trying to get back into those bilateral discussions, but on very specific, more limited issues like that.
I just want to add that for those 70% of Korean public who are supporting nuclear self-armament, they are not happy the way it is in Washington Declaration. But on the other hand, most experts knowing that under the current NPT, nuclear armament is impossible. And also under the current NPT, reintroduction of tactical nuclear weapons is extremely difficult or impossible. And under that kind of conditions, this Washington Declaration is the best that we can get. And also, maybe some people who are not happy with that would say that, okay, I'm going to trust the US this time. But if we are not fully assured the way it's being handled by US, they handle this Washington Declaration and implementing Washington Declaration, then we may, we may have a plan B. That's the kind of understanding here.
If I could just add a little note. I know, Francesca, you asked this morning about the reasons why South Korea wants nuclear weapons and why it's so high. I think it's also important to note that, like, in the 10 or so years that the debate inside South Korea has gone on about whether or not they need nuclear weapons, this is largely, in the early years, was considered a very fringe political view and wasn't taken very seriously. So the discussion really was able to evolve the arguments for nuclear armament without any discussion about the consequences and the trade-offs that it would cost them. And so now that people are taking this more seriously, Washington is taking this more seriously, now you're hearing a lot more of the discussion about what it would cost. And already in public polling, you're starting to see that approval rating start to go down. And I think you will continue to see that the more realistic the discussion gets about what it would actually cost South Korea to make that choice.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I really like and love to have this kinds of hot discussion, but we have a fixed schedule and actually it's already passed. So I think it's now time to end our session. So before ending of our session, I'd like to thank again to our speakers, and also I'd like to thank all of you for the active participation. So, okay, thank you. And yeah, and actually I have one announcement. So actually, as you saw the posters outside the conference room from NEREC fellows and research fellows, so please do not mind to show your interest on the poster with the stickers. So thank you.